All right, we're sitting in the 260 range here. That is an amazing number to see. I know that folks will continue to trickle in here as we get started and throughout the day as they become available. So welcome everybody to the Invasive Species and Exotic Pest Workshop presented to you by the Columbia Gorge CWMA. My name is Troy Abercrombie. I'm a steering committee member and a proud partner of the Columbia Gorge CWMA. I also coordinate the Western Invasives Network and get to work with a lot of other great CWMAs across the state. And I serve as the current chair of the Oregon Invasive Species Council. And happy National Invasive Species Awareness Week. We're getting to the end here. It's been a great week. There's been a lot of great events out there, and I hope you had a chance to take advantage of some of the webinars and workshops over the past few days. This is the 11th annual Invasive Species and Exotic Pest Workshop hosted by the Columbia Gorge CWMA. And we'd all like to thank our sponsors of the event, the USDA's Animal Plant Health Inspection Service and the Washington Invasive Species Council. This event would definitely not be possible without their help. You know, the last couple of years have been extremely difficult for everybody. And our partnerships are more important now than ever. So we thank them very much for stepping up. All of you, thank you to all of you. You have amazed us with your interest and your commitment to ICEP, to come here and attend. It gives us great confidence in the programs that have been getting put together over the last few years when we see this kind of engagement from you all. We have people from at least 16 different states across the country, as well as folks in Canada, and I think maybe one more country. So ICEP is officially the International Invasive Species and Exotic Pest Workshop, or maybe unofficially. But we're so excited to share this great time with you. And we have a great event planned for you today. We're going to cover a lot of different topics, starting with some first foods and invasive species management from a native travel perspective. We'll have stuff about spotted lanternflies and zebra mussels, horizon scanning for emerging threats, a quiz from Marty, one of everybody's favorite times of ICEP. We'll do the quiz today and a lot more. So stay tuned. Great program ahead. Some amazing speakers and just a great network of people here. So we thank you very much. I'm going to pass it over to Courtney Gattuso, coordinator of the Columbia Gorge CWMA, to cover some housekeeping items. Courtney, take it away.
Great, thank you, Troy. Hi, everyone. I'm Courtney Gattuso, coordinator of the Columbia Gorge Cooperative Weed Management Area. Thank you all for joining us here today. So I've just shared the event agenda in the chat in case anyone needs to reference it during the day. You'll also find the speakers' full biographies listed in it as well. So today's event will be recorded and the recording will be available for attendees. All attendees will be muted to avoid disruptions and webcams will be disabled. For those who might be experiencing any audio issues, you can call in on your phone using the instructions you received in the webinar invitation from Zoom. There is also an audio settings button in the bottom left corner of your Zoom window. You'll see two more icons at the bottom of your screen. One says chat and the other says Q&A. If you click the chat icon, which many of you already have, you will see a drop-down menu for your recipient. From there, you could send messages to the hosts and panelists only or to everyone, which will be sent to all attendees and speakers. If you experience any problems throughout the day, please send your message to the hosts and panelists only, and we could assist you from there. We will also be taking attendance with the chat feature, and you may wonder why we are doing so. We'll be providing applicator credits for those in attendance today. So for any Oregon Department of Agriculture pesticide applicators, we will be offering 4 recertification credits for the entire day. And we'll also be offering 4 recertification credits for any Washington State Department of Agriculture pesticide applicators. So have your license numbers handy, and when prompted, you will need to type your license number and your name as it appears on your license in the chat box. Don't do that now, but please make sure you send your license numbers to the hosts and panelists only to keep the chat tidy. You will not receive credit if you do not type your license number when we tell you to. And we will not offer any partial credits. You must attend the entire day to receive credit. You will also see a Q&A icon at the bottom of your screen. We'll have some time after each presentation for questions. Make sure to use the Q&A box if you have a question. Any questions entered in the chat box will not be answered. And by selecting the Q&A icon, you'll be able to type in your questions, and Emily Stevenson, Skamania County Noxious Weed Program Coordinator, will be our question facilitator today. Feel free to add your questions at any time during the presentation, and Emily will read them out loud to our speakers in the order that they come in. We'll also be providing our speakers' email addresses in the chat if you'd like to follow up with them after the event. And finally, at the end of today, you'll be prompted to complete a survey when you exit the webinar. If you could take a few moments to complete that survey, it's a huge help for us in planning future events. So that's all I have for you all at the moment, and I'll pass it back to Troy to announce our first speaker.
Thanks for covering all that stuff, Courtney. Our first speaker is Angie Kimpo. Had the pleasure of working with Angie quite a few times over the last few years on some projects. And what a great asset she is to the Columbia Gorge CWMA, where she serves as the co-chair. Angie is an environmental regulatory program coordinator at the Portland Water Bureau, primarily works within the Bull Run watershed, which is the source of Portland's water. Angie will present a short update about the Columbia Gorge CWMA. So Angie, you're up.
Good morning. Sorry, I had a cat attacking me. All right, can you see my screen?
We can.
All right, great. Good morning. For those of you that are new to the Columbia Gorge CWMA or our events, the purpose of our CWMA is to bring together partners in our geographic area to coordinate on treatment methodologies and provide a resource for practitioners and a venue for organizations to coordinate. So you can see from this map that our CWMA area is quite large and extends into both Washington and Oregon. And in 2021, we were still meeting virtually, but we managed to hold about 4 meetings where one of the most useful things I think about our organization is hearing roundtable presentations on what other organizations are doing. So we were able to conduct 4 of those meetings. We were also, our coordinator, Courtney, also solicited project profiles from folks within the organization and pulled together an annual report of some of the activities that were done in our weed management area. This is available on our website, which I think Courtney shared in the chat. We also heard presentations during this year from Carol Black from Washington State University Extension, who talked about the art and safety of measuring pesticides. We heard from Blaine Parker from the Columbia River Tribal Fishery Commission, who talked about flowering rush and northern pike. And then I gave a presentation on our invasives management strategy in the Bull Run Watershed Management Unit. Also in 2021, the Gorge CWMA funded and coordinated weed awareness efforts and projects on the ground. In May, our Courtney orchestrated the purchase and helped to coordinate our partner organizations in the installation of boot brushes and signage along Columbia Gorge trails in both Washington and Oregon. This is a picture of the Cape Horn boot brush that was fixed during 2021. They were able to install or replace 21 boot brush sets, replace 5 brushes, and then also install 17 signs in our CWMA area. In June, June 5th through 12th was Play Clean Go Awareness Month, and Courtney shared resources with the group on educating people within our service areas and also providing resources for invasive species control. And currently we are working on revisions to our BMPs. It's for about 10 of our BMPs, and those will be posted up shortly on our website. Also in 2021, the steering committee was able to meet and discuss what to do with the surplus of funds. So we solicited member organizations to see what folks were interested in funding within our area. What we came up with was a small grant program that's going to be focused on funding prevention, weed control, restoration, outreach, education, monitoring, and community and cultural engagement. These are going to be small grants, and the application process is now open, and it's open to any projects that are within our service area and that are either presented by a partner organization or have a sponsoring partner organization. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop us an email. And we are really looking forward to 2022. If there are other organizations here that are in the gorge that would like to join us, we're always open to new members. And with that, I will hand it back to Troy.
Thank you, Angie. So many exciting things over the past year from the CWMA and really across the state. It's been great to see how everybody's been able to adapt and overcome, and the Columbia Gorge CWMA is no exception. Our next presentation, getting into the invasives content of the program, is entitled "Reducing Weeds with Riparian Zone Restoration," and it's coming to you from Chris Hoag from Hoag Riparian and Wetland Restoration. Chris is a former NRCS project leader with over 45 years of experience in riparian and wetland systems. He now owns and operates Hoag Riparian and Wetland Restoration in Idaho, where he teaches and consults all over the US, Canada, and Mexico. Chris, thank you so much for being here today. The floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Troy. Appreciate that. This is a little different for me. We always work with riparian zones, and weeds are pretty constant in those riparian zones. So this will be a little change of pace for you today. Okay, so reducing weeds in riparian areas is something that we constantly fight, mainly because they like riparian zones, and we have a lot of stuff in riparian zones that the weeds tend to really use, mainly water. I've listed 7 of the common weeds that we typically encounter in riparian zones. There are a lot more, but these I thought were the ones that would give you the most idea of what we have to deal with. Today, what I do is I'm going to go through a number of different treatments that we did on streams throughout the West, and I thought this might be a good way for you to see some of the things that are going on in the riparian zones and how bioengineering treatments can affect those the number of weeds and the infestation. So this is a small stream called Trout Creek, and it's over near Jackpot, Nevada. This is what it typically looked like, a lot of erosion. It has been hammered quite heavily with the cattle in the past. And so the weeds here typically are reed canary grass, Russian olive, rabbit brush, and sagebrush, etc. They tend to move into this this particular stream mainly because of the soils. What we did here is we designed a treatment that included a brush mattress, vertical bundles, and a fascine. They were installed in 1992. This is 1994, so this has been 2 years later, and it's just starting to grow. And this is in 2000. You can see it's growing quite readily, and this is what it looked like in 2007. So most of the weeds that we had in the along the stream are gone now. They're up further on the floodplain up on top. But in terms of the banks, etc., we've been able to knock the weeds down and keep most of that as willows. Here's another one. This is called the Glancy Project, and this is near Dayton, Nevada. You can see in this picture what the area looked like. This happened to be where a lot of homeowners like to get out on the stream, and so we had quite a few weeds here. Again, reed canary grass, rabbit brush, Russian olive, and so what we tried to do is come in and put a treatment in here so that we could get some competition for the weeds on the banks. So we planted a number of different treatments, and this is what it looked like in a few years later, and then this is what it looks like in 2007. One thing I'll note right here is a big Russian olive. Here's another treatment that is a brush mattress with a rock toe, and then here's some coir fabric for weed control, and then this is what it looked like in 2002 and 2007. So again, most of these treatments are good enough that we can keep a majority of the weeds out. Occasionally we'll get a Russian olive that we have to go in and cut out, but for the most part we get very few that'll start again. This is another one on the Carson River, the Ambrose project. This is one that had eroded quite heavily. It had reed canary grass, and it has quite a bit of other grasses that we've struggled with in the past. We went in and did a large treatment with a number of interesting techniques, and we had a big flood that happened about a year after we put it in, and then this is what it looked like after the water went down, and then this is what it looked like in 2007, and this is what it looked like in 2008. So very successful. We were able to keep a majority of the weeds out, and we were able to get a lot of competition in there. There's another one that's in Idaho. This one is probably the worst. This one is a spring-driven stream with no real flooding, but it's a major cutthroat producing stream. It was dredged in the 50s. Spoil piles were lining the banks. It over-widened so the sediments wouldn't flush. We had a lot of sediment covered in spawning gravels and no floodplain. Woody vegetation was removed by agricultural practices. So you can see they farmed right up to the edge on both sides. And then the huge infestation was reed canary grass. So we went in and did a number of treatments. This is what it looked like before treatment. And then we went in and planted a number of things from vertical bundles to pole cuttings to wetland sod to willow clumps. And then this is what.
Hi, everyone. So sorry about that. We are experiencing some major technical difficulties, as you can see. So I think we're good here. We're going to cross our fingers and move forward. Chris, I'm so sorry about this.
No problem.
Worst case scenario just happened here. So looks like everyone's joining again. Thank you so much for rolling with the punches. Chris, please bring up your screen and where you left off, and we will go from there. And if we have to dip into lunch a little bit, so be it. But yeah. Okay.
Are we good to go?
Yeah, we just need, oh, there you go. Looks good.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet. So this is in Fox Creek in Idaho, and this is the one that had the majority of reed canary grass, mainly because of the amount of nutrients that were in the adjacent farmland, and we're still struggling with the reed canary grass. There's been some great research that was done in the prairie potholes region that shows with nutrient levels very high in the soils on the riparian zones that typically the even sedges, which are huge in terms of root systems, can't compete with reed canary grass. So so we're working on using quite a bit more woody material. So this is basically the end of the talk. There are a number of advantages for weeds. Number one is water, of course. Excellent soils, mainly from moving sediment downstream and deposited on the floodplains. High nutrient loads, especially in areas that have quite a bit of farmland or cattle on the stream bank, that kind of thing. When you get high nutrient loads, that will affect how the native populations will be able to withstand the competition from the weeds. We have migratory waterfowl and animals that move seeds all over the internationally as they migrate through, and then watersheds will bring weeds down from all over the place. There are thousands of miles of watersheds. So basically, it's a tough road to haul in riparian zones, and through the treatments that we've installed, we hope that it'll give the weeds good competition and shade and that kind of thing. So that's about all I have. If there's if there's questions, Emily, you can fire them at me.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Sorry about the technical difficulties. We've got some questions in the question box. First one is, what has worked with pre-planting site preparation for reed canary grass?
Generally, we've tried, I'm sure like everybody else, we've tried a whole bunch of different things. And what we've found that seems to help the most is we'll do a little scalping, and then we bring in sod mats that we dig from adjacent areas, and then we plant our woody material in with those, and that seems to give the native plants an opportunity to grow before the reed canary grass really starts going again. Okay.
Can you say more about what a brush mattress is?
Okay, a brush mattress is another word for it is a wall of willows. We put the willows on the bank, and their toes are in the bed of the stream, and the tops are sticking above the bank, and it's solid willows all the way across. And so this brush mattress will grow from these willow cuttings, and it creates a huge mattress of material that competes with the weeds and gives a stabilization of the stream bank so it doesn't erode. There's a lot more information on my website here that you could find if you need more information on that.
Okay, and one of the questions I saw before we got kicked off was if you could repeat those, the main weeds that I think it was in one of your first slides, the main weeds that you're typically dealing with.
So here are the main weeds that we typically have to deal with, and this is more in the western riparian zones, and basically these are becoming are huge problems in the riparian zones, and they will take over areas like purple loosestrife and common reed in the east that have taken over wetlands totally. So we have some of them. Reed canary grass is probably our worst, and salt cedar has moved in a lot of the drier areas, and that's a really bad one.
Okay, what treatments have you tried to address high soil nutrients?
There's not a lot that I know of that they can do. Some of the research has indicated putting in, something like sugar on the bank, and that's supposed to collect the nutrients. And that's not really my expertise. What we've done is gone into the site and then tried to work with the treatments as best we can to see if we can outcompete the weeds as much as possible.
Okay, and how are those wattles being anchored along the river edge?
Wattle.
Your willow, maybe the mattress that you were talking about?
Well, most of those are anchored with they're called dead stout stakes. Basically, they're 2x4s that are cut in 4-foot lengths and then diagonally cut to create a wedge-shaped stake. And those are what are used for the most part for anchoring those things onto the bank and into the bed.
Okay. What grass was used in the sod mats?
That they weren't, it wasn't used in them. They were actually collected along the edge of wetland areas, not into the wetlands, but on the edge of the wetland areas that were going to be destroyed. And we went in and just dug up the mats with those, and those had everything from sedges. They had rushes, they had spike rushes, and they did have some upland weeds. It was very interesting when we put the mats down with one edge in the water and the other one going up the bank. Most of the grasses migrated up the bank and most of the wetland plants migrated down towards the water. So we were able to plant a lot of woody material up near where the grasses were and outcompete them.
Okay. Are there species of woody plants that are more competitive than others against reed canary grass?
Absolutely. Probably the best one is Salix exigua, which is coyote willow or streambank willow, a lot of common names for it. It is the only creeping willow that we have, and it will create a huge mass of willows and huge root systems. It's the best we have for that. A lot of other willows we have will go are more shrub type, and then we have tree types. So there's quite a way to distribute those and put those in at various parts of the stream.
Okay. Yeah, I think the next one said, so it's unlikely to be able to restore reed canary grass riparian to non-woody plant habitat, but I think you kind of just answered that. I heard you say you were sticking to willows and woody plants because it was out competing the sedges.
Yeah, and the sedges, for the most part, we still plant those, and the sedges will struggle with the reed canary grass, and I think it really depends on how much nutrient is there or how much is coming into the stream. So it depends a lot on the situation you're in, and we do soil samples on the streams that we work on so we can get a better idea of what we're working with, and then we design the treatments based on that, on soil samples, the soils themselves, water. There's a number of different things. Again, on my website, there are a number of articles on how to do that, how to do take soil samples, how to get a lot of information that you need to plant.
Great. Yeah, they were asking for your website, so thank you for posting that. How do you keep Russian olive, salt cedar, purple loosestrife, non-format mat forming from invading restoration sites?
Generally, what I've found is that if we can do a good job of treatment at first, going in and treating those weed situations, and then getting our plants in there, and then once the riparian plants have been in there with the herbaceous and the woody materials, there's usually a really good opportunity for them to outcompete the weeds. We do get some occasionally that move in, like the Russian olive, and that's just takes a little bit of work going in, once a year and looking at those and cutting those out, and the others we look at, and as the willows get bigger and stronger and taller and more roots, then they can outcompete a lot of those.
Okay. Yeah, I assume you need to do a lot of maintenance.
Maintenance is a key, yes.
Yeah. How scalable has been the installation of the sod mats as a reed canary grass control? Has it been cost effective on a medium to large scale?
Yeah, that's where we run into problems with sources, and sources is a big problem for trying to get those mats. There is a company in Rexburg that grows mats with Courier fabric, and some of those work pretty well, some of them don't. So I think there's a lot of work going on in the industry right now, trying to come up with a better way to do it rather than harvesting them from native areas.
Yeah, that would be great. How much do your treatments cost on a per acre basis?
Oh man, it varies. I can't really give you a good answer to that because it varies depending on how much work needs to be done prior to planting. It depends on, are we bringing in the big yellow toys that you know, to dig up the banks and all that sort of thing, and that adds significantly to the costs. Are we collecting the materials locally? Are we bringing those in, or is somebody are we hiring somebody to bring them in? So there's a whole bunch of different things that really affect how much the cost is. So I can't really give you a really good example of that.
Okay. Can you repeat the name of that willow? I assume it was probably the coyote willow.
Coyote willow, it's Salix exigua, and exigua has many common names. Coyote willow, streambank willow. A number of people like to call it some fancy name. So, but I just call it coyote willow. It's a really good plant. We like using it a lot.
Okay. And then someone commented, I thought Typha were native.
Yes, they are, and they are natives, but when you're planting, a lot of times the typha will move in and outcompete what you planted. So we have to do quite a bit of work to make sure that we knock those back enough that they don't come in while the plants are growing as they're getting established. Then once they're established, then the typha will usually stay in the water, in a little bit deeper water. So you'll have the typha at the base, and then the willows and sedges and the wetland plants going up the bank more.
Sure. And just a side note, there are non-native typha that are on the Washington State Noxious weed list. I don't know how common they are, but there are non-native typha. Yep. Okay, one more question. Do you have any tips for eliminating reed canary grass on sites where establishing shade is counter to management goals, like when specific native species require warm solarized water?
Oh boy. The simple answer to that is no. I think that one thing about Salix exigua is that it doesn't necessarily grow very tall. It like gets about 6 feet and sometimes a little bit higher than that. So that's a little bit lower one. And a lot of times what we'll do is plant in copses, which is groupings with taller plants in various areas, and then lower areas or lower plants in other areas, which would be able to, I think, function in that particular scenario.
Okay. Well, we answered all of those questions, and it looks like time's about up. Thank you so much, Chris, for your presentation.
Thank you very much, Emily. Thank you, everybody, for attending. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. It's always so cool to see those full scale before and afters when you really go after, you know, a big chunk like that and do some engineering. Always love seeing those before and afters. Sounds like your email will probably be getting some traffic, and maybe a couple folks were having an issue with the link in the slide. So we'll verify that for you folks and get that out in either in the chat here before the event's over or in some follow-up materials. And that brings us to our first break. So we're actually right back on schedule. Appreciate everyone sticking with us there. I think I don't really think we lost anybody throughout that whole episode. So appreciate everyone hanging in there. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. We'll come back at 10:55 for a talk from Cheryl Shippentower from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. See ya in 10 minutes. Hey, Sean, it's Troy. I see in the chat here. We're just on a quick break here, so just got an agenda slide up and be coming back online in just a second. All right, coming up on 10:55 here as the break closes out, you'll see an agenda slide up there. Always fantastic work by John Wagner on our comics and the artwork. Always does a great job for us. The agenda up there will get you through to the lunch break. Our next speaker coming up, I'm really excited about. I have the pleasure of serving with Cheryl on the Invasive Species Council. I'm so happy she could be here today. She's going to talk about a subject that I'm so glad has been gaining momentum over the last, 5 to 10 years or so. And that's first foods, invasive species management, and the tribal perspective. So Cheryl is a restoration ecologist for the Confederated tribes of the Umatilla Indian Reservation. And her primary responsibility is the protection, enhancement, and ecological restoration of first foods that are critical to tribal culture. Welcome, Cheryl. So happy you're here today. Looking forward to your talk, and the floor is yours.
Great, thank you. Can you see my PowerPoint?
We can.
Okay, great. Well, I appreciate the opportunity to present here on our first foods and invasive species management today. So I'll give a little overview of what I'll talk about today. I'll describe what first foods are, the first food order, and the mission. Then I'll briefly touch on our first food management approach, and then go into our invasive weed management. So for people who aren't familiar with the Confederate Tribes Umatilla Invasive Reservation, we are located in Northeast Oregon, just east of Pendleton, Oregon. And our homelands encompass Southwest Washington, Northeast Oregon. And so in 2007, the CTR adopted the following mission: to protect, restore, enhance first foods, which are Chush, Risuk, Yamish, Couch, and Wawinu, which is salmon, water, salmon, deer, couch, huckleberry, for the perpetual cultural, economic, and sovereign benefit of the tribe. This is accomplished utilizing traditional ecological and cultural knowledge with science to inform population habitat management goals and actions, and natural resource policies and regulatory mechanisms. Oops. Looks like I apologize, I missed a slide in here. But I'll go ahead and talk about, this is a community-based mission. Our director, Eric Quimps, developed this in 2007 based on the input he got from the community, their concerns about first foods. And so this first food approach is based off a creation story where there's a land promise between the Indian people and the foods. And so when the world was created, the creator asked who will feed the Indian people. And so water stood up and offered itself. And then you move to the aquatic species salmon. So there's all aquatic resources in this category. And then you move to the big game, Yamish. They stood up and said that what they would provide to us, as food, for tools, for clothing, and then move on to the root crops, or celery, so celeries, roots and celeries, so greens and root crops. And they all lined up in a specific order. And then we move on to berries, which accompanies all the berry crops, huckleberries, chokecherries, service berries. And as a reminder of this promise, this first food promise, these foods are served in our longhouse at ceremonies, every Sunday, at celebrations, and they're categories and as men foods and women's foods. So traditionally these, so the men's foods are our brothers, and they are served by men at the Longhouse at these ceremonial dinners, and then the women's food by the women. And so as part of the this approach, the DNR is organized around these first foods. So you can see we've got, water resource program, fisheries, wildlife, range ag and forestry program, which I'm a part of. And then we've got culture resource program, first foods policy program, and outreach program. And this is the old side, I apologize, but we have another program, which is an energy and environmental science program that evaluates and addresses all the first foods on the Hanford location. And so this is a way for the DNR staff to work to their goals and efforts in response to this community, the community's cultural values and practices. And so moving the first food mission to a concept, from concept to an application, the DNR developed these two guiding documents, the Upland Vision and the River Vision. And so these documents identify processes and conditions needed to sustain aquatic and upland resources, excuse me, and proposes management strategies that incorporate the CTR community's values and needs. Both documents serve as foundation for DNR staff to organize, plan, and manage land and resources. So I'll cover the River Vision first. So kind of the explanation for the need for a River Vision is the sound river management and restoration. That includes the need to develop a systematic and holistic vision of a functional river. So a vision will provide a framework for planning, management, and restoration efforts, a benchmark for assessing management progress and outcomes, and then the context necessary for the understanding of the role in any specific management decisions or actions. And so our vision says that a healthy river is one that can provide for a cultural continuity of the tribe, and it consists of 5 touchstones. And so the 5 touchstones are listed here: hydrology, connectivity, geomorphology, riparian vegetation, and biota. So hydrology deals with kind of the timing and volume. And this is, it's not just about the water, but the amount, and it's not just about the amount, but the timing of water flow over the entire year. So first foods depend on river flows that vary across the seasons from spring, summer, fall, and winter. And then all the 4 following touchstones all depend on water. So connectivity means how the water moves throughout the basin. So longitudinally, so up and downstream, laterally across the floodplain, and vertically, the exchange with the shallow aquifer. And then the next one is geomorphology, which is kind of how the river is able to access the floodplain and facilitate surface and groundwater exchange processes. The next one is riparian vegetation, specifically native riparian vegetation. This is important for fish habitat, large woody contributions to the river, geomorphology, and also provides for habitat complexes. And the vegetation provides for insect habitat and cover for fish. And there's also cultural values to the riparian plants for materials, for foods like chokecherry, and then for mushrooms that grow on cottonwoods. And then the 5th touchstone is native fish. And then with all these touchstones present and interacting, we can have a river that supports the tribal culture. And so this diagram shows how our staff link first foods, water and fish to the touchstones, and then to management actions. And it's kind of, I don't know if you can see this very clearly, but I'll kind of cover, there's the riparian vegetation is the touchstone, and then the restoration action or management action is conservation easements. And then the monitoring portion would be native species recruitment. And so invasive species management is a huge component of the river vision and the restoration management actions. You can, so like with the geomorphology, channel reconstruction, you need to address the invasive weeds, just like what Chris talked about before my talk about, addressing those, during, after, or prior, during the and after. So it's a huge in meeting the first food mission. And some of the riparian invasive species that we're addressing on the riparian areas on the reservation is blackberry, viper's bugloss, or other name for it is blueweed. But we're starting to see this expand from riparian and move into the uplands. Knapweeds, garlic mustard, and fairly recently is the Japanese knotweeds. After our recent floods, we discovered a Japanese was planted next to a home site and the floods had washed it downstream. So we're currently addressing that right now. So extending the table is moving from, from the water and salmon and moving to the upland resources, which is the big game, roots and berries. And so that's addressing the upland vision. And the vision for this is to ensure a healthy and resilient dynamic upland ecosystem capable of providing first foods that sustain the continuity of the tribe's culture. So part of this upland vision, goals of this also fit with the river vision. This is a way to articulate the vision for upland resource management based on the first foods mission, serve as a foundation for DNR staff to organize, plan, and manage land and natural resources. And then third, serve as a resource for non-tribal managers, policymakers, and other stakeholders. And so the touchstones for the upland vision are soil stability, hydraulic function, landscape pattern, and biointegrity. So soil is kind of the capacity of the site to stabilize and maintain soil structure and resources, while the hydraulic function refers to the capacity of the area to capture, store, and release water, as well as maintain water quality. Landscape pattern is patch sizes and their extent, the arrangements on a landscape, and then connectivity between these landscapes. And then finally is the biointegrity, which is the kind of composition structure, species interaction, and first foods. So when all these four touchstones are present and interacting, we can have uplands that support a tribal culture. And it's difficult to generalize and identify key touchstone attributes of ecological process and critical management issues across upland environments. So we narrowed it down to 3 broadly defined, widely distributed vegetation zones in the seeded area: to shrub steppe, dry conifer forest, and moist conifer. So in this document, it covers each touchstone in each one of those vegetation zones and the implications to first foods for each vegetation zone. And so just like with the river vision, this diagram shows how the staff can link the first foods to big game, roots, and berries, and then to the touchstones, and then to the management actions. So like with the river vision, this invasive weed species management is critical to achieve the goals of the vision. So example for biointegrity, you could have a restoration action of first foods planting, and then the example of monitoring would be survival and abundance of first foods. And so some of the upland invasive species that we're dealing with is, annual grasses, which is a huge issue for our root gathering areas. We've got cheatgrass, Medusa head that have dominated sites, become monocultures. And then we've got the ventonata that's moving into intact root crop areas. And so we're trying to see how we can address all 3 of those annual grasses. Other ones are yellow star thistle, common crepina. Like you can see in this picture, we've seen a huge explosion of crepina where we thought it was just an isolated location. So for cinquefoil, we are, getting control in the areas that we are managing, but we're finding new locations. And burr chervil, which is a new one that when I first started working for the tribe, I just mainly saw it in kind of moist riparian areas, and it's another one that's moving to the upland areas. And so I want to move on to our invasive weed management. So to meet the visions and our first food management approach, we've developed an invasive weed management plan. So the goal of this is to reverse the trend of invasive weed establishment and expansion throughout the Umatilla Reservation to foster natural ecosystems and protect and enhance rangeland, agriculture, forest land, river and floodplains, associated riparians for the benefit of the tribe. So this plan has an integrated weed management plan. We've got education and outreach. So you can see that these 2 gentlemen from the fisheries program, when we first discovered a Japanese knotweed, we did outreach to the community through social media, through posters. We posted these throughout the community in our newspaper to help us identify additional locations of Japanese so we can get a control on it. We do have implement prevention, inventory. We have a weed database where staff collect map weeds through GPS units and iPads, and it's directly uploaded to the database to help us prioritize and manage our invasive species on the reservation coordination. And that's internally and externally with our partners, with the Forest Service, with ODA, with Umatilla County, throughout our seeded areas. We implement a variety of treatment methods, restoration. We have huge restoration being completed by our fisheries habitat program, our wildlife program, and as well as other programs with the DNR. And then we have a monitoring component to make sure that what we're doing is working. And so this plan, like with our mission and it has huge community input. So before we started this process, we sought input from the community, from the tribal memberships, as well as the community. We went to our committees and commissions, and we also got input from our staff. And some of the issues identified, issues and concerns, is water quality and fish habitat, wildlife habitat, cultural resources and traditional uses. So the impacts of invasive species on our continued gathering is a huge issue. Other issues that were identified is threatened endangered plants and wildlife species, climate change and the impacts that climate will have on invasive species and our first foods. So I'm going to cover I'm not going to go over all the issues I'm just going to go over how we're addressing the cultural resources and traditional uses, the goals and objectives. So one of the goals is to maintain and enhance first foods and other culturally important plants. So the objectives are to ensure any control methods used for invasive weed species do not negatively affect first foods and other culturally important plants. Prioritize weed management activities that enhance the production of first foods and other culturally important plants. And then another goal is ensure that culturally important plants are safe for consumption and handling. And this is really important because, we gather a lot of food, whether it's fish, wildlife, or root crops and berries. So it's very important that we identify and make sure that they're safe. So we post areas and make sure that people are aware of these areas. We notify tribal membership and where the herbicide treatments will occur. And also as part of our plan, we have prioritizations and restrictions. So we develop a species prioritization based on our reservation weeds, Umatilla County's list, as well as the state of Oregon. We've identified priority management areas, ecological and cultural significant areas, and vectors. And then we also implemented herbicide restrictions. So some of the priority management areas are riparian areas, wetland and meadows, big game winter range, root and huckleberry fields, high quality native plant communities, prevention and eradication, vectors, road right-of-ways, roads, railroads, pipelines, power lines, and then our cemeteries. And like I mentioned before, we have a variety of methods that we implement. We do manual, mechanical, biological, targeted grazing by livestock, prescribed fire, and herbicide application. So I'm briefly going to just go over some of what we do. So we've got manual and mechanical. And this is in a Scopo Creek in a wildlife management area where they're removing blackberry. And then the picture in the corner, the left corner, is manual removal of blackberry around a lake on the reservation. Another one is biological control. So we work with Colin Park with APHIS and his staff to distribute. And this one is of Dalmatian toadflax. And we had a really good success with that. But we've had some mixed results with the other ones like St. John's wort, where we've distributed them and had great response. And then a few years it comes back. We've released for yellow star, knapweeds, Canna thistle, rush skeletweed, and others. Targeted grazing. We implemented targeted grazing for yellow star thistle for, I think, over 5 years, but we discontinued this because of potential impacts to bighorn sheep. We did this in the Meacham Creek watershed as well as rainwater. And then those were potentially could have interactions with bighorn sheep, so we discontinued that, but we still have this in our toolbox and we can probably use it in more controlled, smaller settings. I know the city of Pendleton utilizes the same contract that we did in the riparian areas in town. Prescribed fire, this is something new that we've used it on a really small scale. And in 2021, we did a small watershed of 1,730 acres, and the primary ignition was through helicopter. So this prescribed burn had a variety of purposes, to reduce hazard fills, because we burnt the whole watershed, stimulate ecosystem health, and promote first foods. And then we did another smaller one. So we burned over 2,000 acres last year, which is, really exciting to see those results. And then with herbicides, like I said, we have restrictions. So we have a list of chemicals we can use, and we identify where those chemicals can be used, whether upland or riparian. And we've set buffer widths as well for each chemical. And this is based on closest to the streams. And then finally, I just wanted to talk about adaptive management. That invasive weed monitoring will provide the knowledge needed to evaluate these management efforts and adjust them if necessary. So I think this is a really important component. Just like with the targeted grazing, we were seeing some success, but we didn't want to, harm our first foods in the process. And so in closing, I wanted to just kind of reiterate that, this is a food associated culture. And that the sustained production of first foods through protection and care of these first food habitats allows for first foods harvesting, processing, preserving, and sharing, which is critical to the continuation of the C2R culture. And without first foods, the continuity of the culture cannot be sustained. So there's a lot of teaching, learning, and harvesting and preparation that goes into, sharing this with the next generation. Reciprocity, like the first food, taking care of these first foods so they can take care of us. The celebrations around these, we have feasts every year to celebrate return of celery and roots and salmon. We have celebrations when, like this young man in the picture, his first fish, or these young ladies, their first dig. And then the DNR's responsibility is, to the first foods is a physical and ecological process, protecting those through our work. And then in closing, I just wanted to acknowledge, our community members, the authors of the River Vision, the Upland Vision, and then our invasive weed management plan. So thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. That was great. We've got a couple of questions coming in the question box. First one is, what are you doing to treat yellow star thistle, and what has been successful?
We were using the targeted grazing for the large areas of yellow star thistle, and then we incorporated biological controls. But then we've been using herbicides, and we're just treating, we have areas of large infestations of yellow star thistle, so we're, containing those locations as well as treating smaller locations, and we're using herbicides. And it takes quite a few years to get a control of yellow star thistle, as a lot of you are probably aware.
Definitely. What were your follow-up activities after prescribed burning in that watershed?
And so we will be following up. That was just last year. So we will be following up and addressing any kind of, I know that in that watershed, there was yellow star thistle, annual grasses. And so we will be following up and seeing what kind of response we get. So it's just a brand new project.
Super. Are there any concerns or strategies to bring to light about harvesting of first foods off tribally managed lands? If that is occurring, do you feel there is effective communication in place about where other invasive management projects are occurring that might impact growth or harvest of first foods?
We work with our partners, like with the Forest Service. They share locations that they're going to be treating. And so we meet with them. We meet with the BLM, other agencies to let them know, share our concerns of our first foods in those areas.
Okay. Someone is curious about timing of herbicide applications and gathering first foods afterwards. How long do you wait to resume gathering?
I guess, my thought on that was be that we would ask tribal members to avoid those areas after treatment. I wouldn't recommend gathering from any area that's been treated, where the foods have been treated.
Okay. Which Canada thistle biocontrols have you used and have you found them to be effective?
I can't recall the name of it. It's the gall, and we just for that one we put it on. So the reservation has mixed ownership, and so there's areas that our funding is limited to use, and so there was on private lands where we got landowner permission, and we just distributed those biocontrols on there. Because we had an area where it was infested with, we used chemical for the Canada, and then we planted trees. And we had really good success of controlling Canada thistle in there. But with the biocontrols, I think it's just something to help, I don't think it eliminates it, but it assists us.
Sure. Does a tribe have good idea of where their native foods grow, or is it just the individual tribe members who have that information?
It's a combination of both. Tribal members have been gathering, in the same areas that their families have gathered for generations. And it's both on and off reservations, off the reservation. And so as a staff, we did a modeling project with the Forest Service and BLM, because we gather on the public lands, and we were able to develop a mapping system that kind of predicted where first foods would grow. And so we have a good idea, and we continue to do that to look for areas for tribal members to gather, because a lot of our gathered areas are lost if the ownership changes, it's on private lands. So it's a combination of both.
Okay. Have you done any prescribed burning prior to last year?
We did small plots for annual grasses, and then we did some other kind of smaller areas that are really contained, because we have the mixed ownership, so we have to be really careful with how we use prescribed fire. But our BIA fire program has burnt for fuels reduction in our forested areas, not necessarily for weeds, but for fuels reduction.
Okay. On the same topic, it's been exciting to see prescribed burning coming back for weed and wildfire management. How have neighboring property owners and communities responded to these activities, especially since total fire suppression has been the strategy for so long?
I think we've burnt, so it's at small acreages that I'm hoping it's going to have they'll see the positive results that we have. But we mainly just been burning the property that's owned by the tribe.
Okay. What about when the herbicide target isn't the first foods? Are tribe members comfortable gathering where herbicide activities occurred? And if so, how long post spray?
So can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, when the herbicide target isn't for the first foods area, are tribal members comfortable gathering maybe for other issue or other things where herbicide activities occurred?
And I think it's the issue. I think it's probably based on tribal membership, but I think we would want them to avoid those areas. But other things that we gather are like tules, or things for materials. Other things for like basket weave and other shrubs and grasses, things that they're going to be in contact with. I would avoid that. I mean, I guess I think it's just preference of tribal members, whether they want to gather in areas, and some may not know. Tribal members may be gathering areas where they don't know have been sprayed for other target species and not specifically the plant that they're gathering.
Sure. Has a notification of planned treatments by the Forest Service been working adequately for the tribe's first food gatherers?
We meet with the three forests in our area annually to learn about those projects, and we try to get that information out to travel membership. And we've got projects that we're working with the Forest Service. We've done first food monitoring with them. We've set up a weather station on forested land to monitor huckleberry phenology. So they have been good partners, and I think our collaboration improved for sure.
Good. Do you have any experience on your lands with green energy development affecting first foods, including access and or introducing invasives?
Well, we don't have any green. We've got solar arrays here next to our governance center. We're just next to one of our buildings. We've got one windmill small scale that serves our Mussel museum. But we have seen impacts of wind development in areas where we've gathered, because the ideal location for those is ridgelines, and that's where we gather. But we've worked with those companies and still been able to get access to those areas through those companies. So there is, and I've seen, invasive weeds will come in with those, with the, just development of this disturbance will bring them in if they were there, and if there's no protocol when they were building those to. I mean, that's how weeds spread from location to location, is any kind of disturbance and coming from other work locations.
Great. Well, that is all we have time for today. There's a lot of comments and praise in the chat box, so if you want to check that out, be sure to do that. And thank you so much for joining us today.
Great, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to share our work.
Okay, next up, we are going to have an invasive species quiz, and I want to introduce Marty Hudson. Marty is the program coordinator for the Klickitat County Noxious Weed Control Board and has been in the business for the last 50 years. He is our resident expert, and if you want to call him with questions, his personal number is 509-867-5309. Just kidding. I don't know whose number that is, so maybe don't call it. Anyway, but before we start the quiz, Courtney is going to go over instructions.
Awesome. Thank you, Angie. All right. So we are going to launch into our invasive species quiz. If you've participated in our quiz before, it used to be hosted over Kahoot. We have now switched over to a new platform called Mentimeter, which is nearly identical, so the process will be very similar. If you're not familiar with either, that's just okay, because I'll cover the instructions while Marty sets up. And Emily's going to go ahead and add some information in the chat to help you all get logged on. So keep an eye out for that if you're having any issues. All right. In order to participate in the quiz, you will need a smartphone, tablet, or second monitor. And from your device, go ahead and open up your web browser and go to menti.com. That's MENTI.com. And Marty, feel free to get your screen shared whenever you are ready. That way folks can follow along that way. And you will be prompted shortly after logging on to that URL to enter a code. And you'll see the code on Marty's shared screen. You should see it in the chat. If you don't, the code is 207-9515. Again, 207-9515. And you could also retrieve the quiz link on the QR code shown there. You should be able to just scan it from your phone and it will bring up menti.com. All right, so once we advance to the next slide, you should be able to enter your name or nickname when asked to. An avatar will be assigned to you automatically. You can't change it, but they are adorable. So hopefully you like the one you are given. All right, when the quiz starts, you're going to have 15 seconds to select the correct answer on your device. whichever one you're signed into, and the faster you choose the answer, the more points you will receive. So that is the key to this quiz. You have to answer fast. And you will be able to see the questions and the photos of each species on the webinar screen. So Marty's screen that you see there, as well as on your device. But keep in mind, you have to select the answers on your mobile device or that second monitor, whatever you're signed into. We're gonna have 34 questions. It's all taxa, not just weeds, so keep that in mind. Scores will be shared after every 5th question. And we have prizes for our top 3 winners. So the stakes are high here. 3rd place winner will get an outreach packet featuring Play Clean Go, iron-on patches, stickers, face masks, packable boot brushes, our worst weeds of the Columbia Gorge EDRR booklets, and some boot brushed buttons illustrated by John Wagner, who also did our fabulous event poster. And I have enough goodies for about 4 to 5 staff members or crew members, whoever you want to pass those out to. 2nd place winner will get a copy of Botany in a Day, as well as an iNaturalist beanie. It's in the color green. It's really cool. I would honestly wear it in or out of the field. We also have our 1st place winner will receive a set of clip-on camera lenses for your smartphone, as well as a copy of Flora of Oregon Volume 1. So that is all I have for you guys at the moment. It looks like we have a decent amount of folks signed on, and I think we're good to go. We'll give it a couple. We'll give it a couple more moments, Marty. I see the logins are ticking up, so yeah, feel free to get logged on. If you have any issues, send your message to the panelists and the hosts, and we will walk you through it. But keep in mind, you have to answer on your phone or monitor. If you click the answer on the webinar screen, nothing will happen for you there.
Yeah, I want to point out that all the things in here are all common names. They're not going to be scientific names.
Good information, Marty. Thank you. All right, everyone, have fun.
Okay, here goes. All right. So it is rough chervil. It's from Europe, Asia, and North Africa. It's observed to be toxic to some grazing animals, including horses, cattle, and swine. And the sap can cause skin irritation and rashes. It's also toxic to people if consumed, and it was added to the Washington weed list in 2022. All right, we ready? Okay, the African clawed frog. Predatory semi-aquatic frog is native to the sub-Saharan Africa. It's highly adaptable to diverse environmental conditions and habitats, and they reproduce so rapidly they can double the population and range within 10 years. Similar to other bullfrogs, African clawed frogs will eat anything that will fit in their mouths, including other frogs, fish, birds, mammals, and snails. And it was found in King County in 2015. Okay, watercress is distributed worldwide. It's usually considered an introduced species in North America and South America, Australia, South Africa, and New Zealand. In the United States, it's listed by 46 states as noxious and invasive. That's kind of a tricky one. Okay, Larinus obtusus is the Larinus in the picture, and it's meadow knapweed, a Eurasian perennial, aggressive invasive species that spreads into pastures and meadows, and it outcompetes desirable forage and plants as well as other native plant species. Okay, use knapweed. That was a really spiny one there, but it fooled a lot of people. Anyway, the flowers are often white, at least around here, and they can be purple to rose pink. They have those real spiny bracts. It's a biennial Eurasian, and it's often spread by vehicles and disturbance, and makes, this is my own observation, makes 70-something-year-old guys filled with rage, often vented on local noxious weed control staff. There we go. Leaderboard, watermelon, goat head's right in there. Okay. All right, so this one, wild basil, was just added to the Washington State weed list this year. It's a herbaceous mint, native to Western Asia, North Africa, throughout Europe and the British Isles. So this one may have been named by Jeff Foxworthy. It's a redneck longhorn beetle, native to parts of Southeast Asia, including China, Mongolia, North Korea, South Korea, and Vietnam. It can be a serious pest when the populations are high, causing reduced yields in fruit trees, as well as stressing, sometimes killing its host trees. Currently, it's not known to be in North America, and it has been intercepted at the Port of Seattle. So this is soft brome, native to Europe, Northern Africa, and parts of Asia. It's a winter annual. It can be 1.5 feet tall. It's weedy in fields and but it prefers undisturbed areas. And I just threw it in because it was in my pasture.
And Marty, I was gonna ask, are these weeds all in Klickitat County?
Just most of them. So this is a Cyrex wood wasp. It's from North Africa, Eurasia. It attacks pines, and the mucus kills trees. Almost everybody got it, but that's a small flowered jewel weed listed in 2018 on the Washington State Weed List. It's low light, shade tolerant, native to parts of Asia. So we're having a little bit of lead changes going on. Maybe. Oh yeah. Yeah, this one was, I wouldn't have known it probably either. Callirpa seaweed. It's native to the Caribbean and Indian Ocean. It's saltwater aquarium introduction. Yeah, this is yellow tuft, which was, it's a mustard species, Alyssum morale or corsicum, introduced in Illinois Valley, Oregon for photo mining of nickel. Just FYI, MGD bottles Miller genuine draft, genuine draft. Uh-oh, somebody even chose it. Well, it's tunicate. It's a name for like a tunic, named for their thick skin. There are 3 species in Washington that's primarily spread through ballast water. Yep, so that's the spotted lanternfly. They're native to Asia. The host plants the tree of heaven. They can cause extensive damage to vineyard and fruit crops. So Chinese privet, it's one of the worst invasive plants in southern U.S. and it was introduced as an ornamental. Great job.
Look at Bob making a move for the lead.
Yeah. So these are the Mediterranean white snail. They eat cereal, legume crops, pasture vegetation. They were first detected at the Port of Tacoma in 2005. Yep, so most everybody got it, even with the blurry photo. It's sulfur zinc foil. It's native to Europe. It invades pasture and rangelands and wildlands. It can be pretty difficult to control. Yeah, rush skeleton weed. It's Eurasian. Rosettes look exactly like a dandelion, and it's very invasive. If you don't know where any is, just come on over and I'll show you some.
Yeah, if you could keep all that from blowing our way, that'd be great.
I've been trying. So the southern green stink bug, they damage cherries and raspberries. I didn't get a lot of more information on them. So yep, spotted jewelweed. It's an impatiens. It's native to east of the Rocky Mountains, mostly found west of the Cascades here in our area, although we have it in the west end of our county in several areas. And it's supposed to work, the juice of it's supposed to work for a poison oak treatment. Our leaderboard again.
Poison oak and also stinging nettles, I think it works on.
Stinging nettles too. Bob's holding the line on it. So velvet leaf is native to Eurasia and North Africa, and it competes with native plants and crops. It was first listed in Washington in 1988 as a Class A weed, and Around here, it sometimes shows up under bird feeders.
I sure hope you don't have this one.
I don't, that I know of. So kudzu is an Asian import introduced to North America in 1876. And kudzu can grow as much as 1 foot per day and up to 60 feet in one growing season. The weed that swallowed the South. So Scotch thistle, it's a Eurasian. It was listed in 1988 in Washington, and name Onoportum acanthium is named for donkey flatulence.
Of course you would know that.
Of course.
You got them.
So, yeah, northern pike. Yeah, that northern pike minnow kind of throws you if you answer too quickly. Anyway, it's not a native to the Pacific Northwest, and it's quite a threat to the fishery. A lot of species, not just salmon, but trout and bull trout and a lot of other steelhead. And it's found up in Lake Roosevelt. We're trying to keep it from coming down the river. So this is one that Cheryl mentioned in her presentation. I know my brother lives just up above Mission, and the hillsides are covered with this stuff now. Hedge parsley, we've got quite a bit of it here in Klickitat County. Used to be listed as a Class A weed here, and then they moved it to a B and designated in a lot of counties. Bob's still holding the line. Well, it's Tree of Heaven is number 4, and it is quite an invasive plant, host of the spotted lanternfly, the lelopathic, native to China and Taiwan, and there's plenty of it around our area.
They didn't like that last one in the chat box.
I bet they didn't. Yeah, it goes kind of pretty small, and oh well. So policeman's helmet, another impatiens, native to India, Himalaya, listed in 1999 in Washington State. I don't have any of that I know of, Emily.
Courtney can bring you some.
No, we've got enough other stuff, thanks.
At least it's easy to control.
Okay, a lot of people got that one. Meadow hawkweed is a very invasive, rapid spread, listed in 2014 in Washington State.
This one's on the monitor list in Washington, isn't it?
This one is, yep, it's on the monitor list, Venice mallow. I put it in here because someone up by Glenwood had some on their place and brought it in a few years ago, and I just thought it's a good idea to report it if you find it so we can turn it into the state. Still being considered as an invasive noxious weed.
That D-shaped hole should give it away.
Yeah, that's well, hopefully. It did for a lot of folks. Yeah, so emerald ash borer is an Asian wood-boring beetle that can wipe out ash trees. I've seen Todd Murray does a great presentation on what damage it did back in where he grew up.
Yeah, I think we had that presentation at one of our earliest ISIPs.
Yeah, yes. Like Bob's still hanging in there. All right, on the final four.
Man, that looks like a weird one.
Yeah. This is the oxygen plant, and so it's native to South Africa. It's invaded New Zealand and Europe so far. I don't think it's here in the U.S. They planted it intentionally in New Zealand as an oxygenator, they thought, and then it got really thick in Lake Rotorua and formed dense mats, and it actually lowered the oxygen levels in the lake, so it kind of backfired on them. Anyway, it was in aquarium introduction. We'll go on to the next one.
Only 16 got that. I wonder if Bob got it.
Yeah. I don't think I would have known, but it's on the list.
Oh, look how cute they are.
Yep, most everybody got that one. Feral swine, they're highly destructive and one of the most destructive creatures we have. I know they're supposed to have some in central eastern Oregon, Ashwood fossil area. They're tough on springs.
I think we've done a pretty good job keeping them out of Washington, so they've got that Squeal on Pigs program.
Yeah. Somebody saw some down here on the Klickitat. they took them out. Yeah, perennial pepperweed. It's the mustard family, Eurasian Washington listing in 1988. Forms real dense thickets and it's difficult to control.
Last one.
Last one.
This is new on the Washington State list this year. That's a tip for you guys.
Looks like the tip worked. The tip in the question too.
And Jeff
So,
says, I
hanging
took that
sand.
photo.
Yeah, you took that one?
Jeff
Oh.
Lesh did.
Oh. Yep, so anyway, it's a large evergreen sedge from Eurasia. It was introduced as an ornamental, and like you said, Emily, it was added to our state weed list. So we'll go to the next final, see who won this one.
Who's it gonna be? Bob.
Bob, lob,
Yep.
lobbing, law bombs.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Oh yeah, good job, everyone. If you're one of
Yeah.
our top 3 winners, please send myself an email or a chat with your real name and your email address, and I will be sending the prizes out to you all shortly. So thank you guys for participating, and thank you, Marty, for all of your hard work making the quiz, and I hope it was fun and informative for everyone and not too stressful. So yeah, thank you guys. Back to you, Troy.
And Bob Lala come in from behind to take over the lead. That was a pretty impressive run, hold and serve that last 15 or 20 questions there. We are winding up to the end of the first half of today's program. And so for those of you who are here for continuing education credits, either from the state of Washington or Oregon, now is the time for you to type in your name as it appears on your card, as well as your license number in the chat box. Send it to hosts and panelists only. So I see some people starting to send them in. Make sure you click the drop down and send it to hosts and panelists only. Name as it appears on your card and your license number. As soon as you're done with that, or if you are not here to seek recertification credits, we will now take our lunch break. I believe the webinar interface here will stay live throughout the lunch, and we will start back up at 1 o'clock. Looking ahead, we have presentations about rapid response to zebra mussel contamination in Marimo mossballs. We will have a presentation from Plant Right and Alex Stubblefield. We'll have another quick break, and then we'll go into spotted lanternfly and horizon scanning for new invasive species. So still a lot of great content coming up. Enjoy your lunch break. Try to be back here a minute or two before 1 o'clock, and we will start promptly. So thanks again, everybody. Thank you, Marty. I see a question in the chat from Troy asking where to submit your license number, Troy Alderson, and a few others. In the chat, change the drop down to hosts and panelists only. Type in your name as it appears on your license card, as well as your Oregon or Washington license number. We will export those chat records, go through, make sure everything matches up on the list. We will contact folks where there might be some errors or discrepancies, and then we will forward on that information to the folks at Washington Department of Ag and the Oregon Department of Ag so that you can get credit for being here today.
Thank you, Troy. And if you have multiple people on one device watching the webinar with you, be sure to send an individual chat for each person, or just put them all in the same chat. Either way, it will get recorded.
I see a message that hosts and panelists isn't popping up as an option for a few people, just panelists and attendees or panelist. Pick panelist, I suppose, in that case. But again, like Courtney said, we'll export all the chats and we'll make sure that that everybody gets recorded. So it is now lunch break and we will see you at 1 o'clock. Okay, it is 1 o'clock and I want to respect everybody's time in attendance today and certainly want to respect the time of our great speakers who've agreed to come and talk to you all today. So we are going to start the second half of our program. If you were not living at the bottom of the ocean, at some point last year, you probably heard about zebra mussels and Marimo mossballs. And so our next presentation is regarding that subject, and it's entitled Rapid Response to Zebra Mussel Contamination in Marimo Mossballs. Susan Pasko from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force is here with us today to talk about this. Susan currently works with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's branch of aquatic species, serving as the Executive Secretary of the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force. In this role, Susan focuses on coordination and planning to ensure that federal agencies are actively engaged and effectively responding to the threat of invasive species. So with that, I will turn it over to Susan Pasko from U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Thank you, Susan. The floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much, Troy. I'll go ahead and share my screen here. Hopefully this goes as well as it did during the practice. All right. All right, how is that looking on your end? Can you see my screen all right?
Yep, that's great, Susan.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Well, again, thank you for the great introduction. I'm very happy to be speaking with you today, covering the famous mossball incident. So I do plan this presentation to go through the U.S. federal response that occurred. So again, my presentation will focus on the event that occurred earlier this year and is still ongoing, in which zebra mussels were discovered on mossballs, which is a plant product that is found in aquarium as well as pet supply stores. And the next few slides here is going to focus on the response from the federal side. I'll try to include some information on actions that were taken, as well as what worked well and what roadblocks or gaps in authority were found along the way. But as Troy said, just in case there is anyone who was living on the bottom of the ocean this last year, I just wanted to back up and just start at the very beginning to give some background of why this response did become a very large issue. But I also do want to clarify what we mean when we're talking about the mossball. So the mossball that we were concerned with throughout this response was called a Marimo mossball. And this is actually not a moss at all. Instead, it is composed of a green algae. The algae is rolled around and becomes very densely packed, and it forms a ball that can grow anywhere from 2 to 5 inches in diameter. These mossballs, they are commonly sold and used in home aquariums, as well as terrariums and water gardens. Before the discovery of the mussel contamination, these mossballs could be purchased in every state, except for Hawaii, through national retail chains, small independent retailers, as well as on online marketplaces. Mossballs themselves, they are native to areas in Europe, especially those areas that have been previously covered in glaciers. They've also been found in several places in Japan, and interesting to note that in Japan, they're actually deemed as a national treasure. We can find them very rarely in North America as well as Australia. But what I do want to point out here is the mossball itself is not known to be an invasive species. We really have no history of the mossball causing any sort of negative impact wherever it's been found. When you do go visit an aquarium or pet store, even today, you may find other mossballs that are being sold. Some of those other mossballs are true mosses, such as you might find one that is composed of java moss. They also do sell an artificial plastic mossball. Again, noting that you may still go to pet stores, see mothballs being sold, but you always do want to double check and see if it is a Marimo mothball or one of these other varieties. Currently, U.S. Fish and Wildlife is not aware of any zebra mussel introduction risk that may occur with mothballs other than the Marimo mothball. So where did this response begin? Began on March 2nd of 2021, in which the U.S. Geological Survey confirmed a report of zebra mussels attached and inside those Marimo mothballs. And that first report came from a Petco store in Seattle, Washington. Zebra mussels, unlike the mothball, these are very well-known invasive species. They're native to Eastern Asia, and as many of you I'm sure are very familiar, are one of the most harmful invasive species to North America. And so, of course, we did have a very significant concern that live mussels carried by the mothballs may escape or be released into a waterway. You can see in the map on the bottom left of this slide, zebra mussels are very well established in numerous water bodies throughout the United States, but you can see many areas, particularly those in the West, that still remain uninfested. And so it is very critical that we continue to protect those uninfested waters. And the last thing I wanted to note of the slide is that zebra mussels are listed as injurious wildlife under Title 18 of the Lacey Act. And that does mean they are prohibited from being imported into the United States, unless, of course, they do have a permit for research or another authorized purpose. Now, the rapid response for mothballs was a very atypical challenge, one we really have never experienced in a similar way before. Why was it atypical? We have a few reasons. The first of all, we are dealing with a plant commodity. Mothballs, again, the Marimo mothball is an algae. And so when it is being imported, it is inspected under the authority of the U.S. Department of Agriculture as part of the Plant Protection Act. And when that importation comes, the USDA will conduct a phytosanitary inspection on the plant or mothball to detect any plant pest. Important to note here, they're only looking for plant pests and pathogens. Zebra mussels are neither of those, and so they're not included in that USDS authority. Another reason this was very atypical for us to respond to is it was a very widely dispersed scenario. In the past, when we thought about a rapid response, we were really focused on thinking it would mean maybe one location, perhaps one water basin. But however, for this rapid response, we were dealing with it at a national level. Once word got out about the contamination on the mothballs and people began looking for them, we finally had them reported in 46 states. So this was a very wide response for us to manage. And last but not least, atypical because it did trigger a law enforcement investigation. Once again, zebra mussels are a federally listed species, but because the Lacey Act does not prohibit those interstate transportations, we did really have to rely on state restrictions that certain states may have on the possession, use, and sale of zebra mussels. And of course, there was a lot of coordination that needed to occur between and among federal and state law levels in order to conduct that ongoing investigation. Okay, I want to highlight the two primary management objectives that we needed to accomplish to manage the immediate invasion risk associated with the Marimo mothball. The first was to stop the importation of zebra mussel contaminated mothball products into the United States, and second, to properly dispose of contaminated mothball products that are already here in the U.S. supply chain. Okay, now here is a timeline of some of those key activities and events that occurred to help us achieve those two overarching management goals. So this timeline in particular starts on February 25th, I'm sorry, when we first got that initial report of the contaminated mothball from that Petco store. And then the timeline runs down into May. And I just want to emphasize that one, a lot of these activities that are listed here are ongoing, which is why it does stop in May. Doesn't mean it stopped the response. And second, I simply don't have enough time in this presentation to go every single activity. So the next few slides are going to really highlight those key events. So the first one I have highlighted here was to address the situation with the contamination. Several federal agencies include the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Department of Agriculture, U.S. Geological Survey, Customs and Borders Protection, as well as the National Invasive Species Council, began to meet on a regular basis to share information. And of course, we still do. On this slide, I have some of the key activities that occurred as part of those interagency discussions. So for each agency, the bullets underneath do represent the agency that took the lead for that particular item. However, I do very much want to emphasize that every one of those activities was very highly collaborative among the agencies. But let's start with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. As I already mentioned, the Office of Law Enforcement led a lot of coordination that occurred with state law enforcement in order to conduct the investigation. Fish and Wildlife also took the lead to provide comprehensive question and answer briefings in order to get updates out about what was occurring, why it was occurring, and to answer some of the frequently asked questions we were receiving. U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service also took the lead on coordinating with industry in order to control the supply chain into the United States. And we began to secure eDNA testing tools for use at the inspection stations. Moving on to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, of course, they work very closely with the Fish and Wildlife Service to help intercept zebra mussels at their plant inspection stations. And they also took the lead on communicating with e-commerce sites in order to remove any additional listings and restrict sales online. As far as the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, they began to target international shipments that were coming in that did not meet the U.S. entry requirements for those that did not have the proper permitting to make sure that they were properly seized and inspected. And finally, the U.S. Geological Survey was absolutely key. As many of you probably know, they do maintain the Non-Indigenous Aquatic Species Database, or NAS, and so they did continue to maintain records of the mossballs and the zebra mussel contamination within that database. They also were key to helping identify specimens that were found on the mossballs. And of course, their fabulous research team helped with the development of eDNA tools. Moving back to my timeline here, I also want to highlight that engagement with industry is also extremely important to this response. We work very closely with PJAC, or the Pet Industry Joint Advisory Council. Very early on in this response, they issued industry alerts and decontamination protocols for pet stores as well as water gardens. And within those protocols, they did place a moratorium and recommend that the importation, purchase, and sale of mossballs be suspended until a method of testing and treatment could be established to ensure clean trade. Through PJAC, we also work for large pet stores such as Petco and PetSmart. These stores did a great job of helping us to remove product from shelves. They also got the word out and issued refunds and consumer alerts, letting them know of the issue. And they also allowed law enforcement officials into their stores to inspect specimens to collect evidence for the investigation. But of course, as we found out, that mossballs were not limited to pet stores and aquariums. We also detected that they are also commonly used in water gardens for decoration. And so we began working with American Hort, who then issued very similar alerts, such as those of PJAC, and encouraged retailers not to sell mossballs until the risk of zebra mussels could be minimized. And then we found out they were also being sold in grocery stores. So again, getting the communication with some of those larger chains such as Safeway, and they were very beneficial and helped us remove the product from grocery store shelves as well. And then of course we had the online marketplace. Mossballs were being regularly sold on sites such as Amazon, Etsy, and eBay. And so there was a lot of efforts to make sure that we were removing mossballs from those listings, particularly those from foreign IP addresses. All right, and again, going back to the timeline, highlighting the importance of public engagement. One of the first steps the Fish and Wildlife took at the very beginning of this response was to put up a website to provide timely information about the response. When you visit that website, you will also find a series of decontamination protocols that provide instructions to anyone who had purchased a moss ball and instructed them how to properly destroy and decontaminate their aquarium. We did put that protocol up very early to make sure that anyone who had purchased it immediately knew what they could do. But then we continued to update it as we found it in new places and new scenarios. For example, we found that there was a lot of concern about using hot water to decontaminate aquariums, thinking it might damage more delicate tank equipment. And so because of that, we developed the saltwater option that it could be used for decontamination. We also found other issues where people were very hesitant or unable to drain completely very large aquariums or water gardens. And so for those circumstances, we also developed a quarantine option that can be used to reduce the risk. And finally, on this timeline, I want to recognize the event that occurred on May 18th, in which there was a formal recognition of that Petco employee who provided us that initial report and really was the hero of this response. So our hope is that her efforts really do inspire other pet store employees, and they do become vigilant and learn how to report any suspicious organisms that they find within shipments to that pet store. Right. And of course, I want to take a moment to really highlight some of those communication approaches in a bit more detail. Now that the response is well underway, this is something we have revisited, and we do get a lot of questions about what we did to provide that communication given the very wide dispersed response. So here he kind of breaks it down into two different phases. And you know, I apologize, I think I may have skipped the slide on my presentation. So before I jump into the communications approach, I'll check that that's what we see. I'm going to just give an overview of how things have changed since the contamination of the moss ball. So pause on that for 1 second. We're going to jump back to this table. And the first row on this table is going to highlight the states. As I mentioned before the response, the only state that prohibited moss balls was the state of Hawaii. However, once contamination was detected, there were several other states that also began to prohibit the sale within their state, including Oregon, Alaska, Arizona, as well as Wyoming and North Dakota. On the next line here, we also note that before the response, moss balls that were being imported required a photosanitary certificate, an import permit, and inspection at a plant inspection station prior to being cleared for entry. However, any shipments of mothballs that were 12 mothballs or fewer were considered a non-commercial shipment, and consequently, they were exempt from any of those permit requirements. However, because of the contamination, USDA inspectors are now inspecting all shipments of mothballs for plant pests and pathogens. Once they finish their inspection, they are then referred to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife for a wildlife inspection. In addition to that two-level inspection process, all mothball shipments are also restricted to two locations. The first one, LAX in Los Angeles, and the second, JFK in New York. And the reason we're only having them go there is simply because they are very large facilities, and that size does allow us more flexibility with the timing in order to conduct those inspections. And finally, the last point I want to touch on here is that before the contamination occurred, we didn't use any eDNA testing at all for any type of shipment. However, Fish and Wildlife Law Enforcement has agreed to start using that technology to test any mothball shipments and ensure that zebra mussels are not a hitchhiking contaminant. We are working with the U.S. Geological Survey to secure real-time portable eDNA detection kits, test strips, and also getting law enforcement officials trained. And currently, if live zebra mussel contamination is detected in the shipment, either through a traditional inspection or through DNA, we will then take custody of that shipment and provide options to the importer to either have it re-exported or to be destroyed. All right, Now I'm going to jump ahead to our communications approach. So once again, focusing on the two phases of this approach. The first phase was described as the crisis response. And here information was provided very quickly, again, using that website that I mentioned earlier. And that became really the primary resource for our communications. The reason we opted for a website is it's something that could be easily accessible. It could be updated very quickly. And also any other states or any other agencies could link to it fairly easily. And this ensured that anything that was put out there as far as actions that were occurring or next steps was very consistent.
Hi, Susan. 5-minute
Yes.
warning.
Great, thank you. The website again is updated frequently with current information about the response. We also continue to update those decontamination protocols, as I mentioned earlier, to make sure that we have a variety of options readily available to decontaminate. And the second phase really focusing on making sure that we're targeting multiple audiences, including agency leadership, partners, and the public. Okay. Some of the different tools we use for communication. First, the Aquatic Nuisance Species Task Force was an excellent resource. If you're familiar with that interagency group, which consisted of 26 members, both federal and non-federal organizations. So simply providing email updates to our members, as well as discussion meetings, was a great way to distribute information. We also distributed a series of question and answer statements for state AIS managers to inform them of efforts being taken, as well as to address some of their frequently asked questions. I already mentioned our website is still up there if you'd like to take a look at it. And we also conducted a series of briefings for such as those as state fish chiefs. Active and mature communications before law enforcement. Again, there was a lot of connection that had been made between law enforcement and state enforcement, but also making sure enforcement was talking to AIS managers. Before this response, there wasn't a lot of interaction between these two groups. So hopefully we had a lot of connections made. These two groups became very familiar with one another and really helped make sure that we had a very coordinated and informed response. And last, as I already mentioned, the USDA APHIS, or Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service, continues to engage with large on-town retailers. Some of them, they have established policies to not sell propagated material, such as mothballs. APHIS continues to notify those on-town retailers and ask them to remove any listings of foreign origin mothballs or similar products that did not meet the APHIS requirements for importation. And lastly, again, communicating with industry. Industry is essential to help us push messages out to business sectors on clean trade, disposal, and decontamination, as well as to correct misinformation. For example, one issue that came to our attention was that there was a website that did have a claim on there that their mothballs had been cleared by U.S. Fish and Wildlife as free of any living zebra mussels. And so we just want to make it clear that although the Fish and Wildlife is inspecting shipments, it is inaccurate to imply that the Fish and Wildlife has certified that mothballs are free from injurious and invasive zebra mussels. So any statement that says otherwise is false and misleading, and we did ask it to be removed and it was taken down. So just a couple of important takeaways from the communications is one, we did find it very beneficial to make sure we were separating content by audiences and really tailoring out what do they need to know about the response, making sure to use the website and social media to distribute messaging. And again, just really focusing on good content and making sure that it's very positive in the actions that are being taken. Real quickly, I just wanted to highlight the traffic that we received in the mothball sites. As you can see here, we had that really big spike at the very beginning of the response when we first got it up there, and then it tailored off pretty much for the rest of summer. But we did have these really two very large spikes. And the only thing we really can accredit those spikes to was at the time there was a lot of social and videos that were coming out from influencers such as TikTok, or Harley G is another one that does videos on plant care. And so it did really come to where they attracted large numbers to our website. And it's just a good reminder to always look for opportunity that may occur in unexpected ways. So in this case, the use of influencers was a great way for us to reach new audiences that we wouldn't on our traditional communications. All right, very quickly going into some of the roadblocks that we have heard. So again, focusing again that mothballs are a plant commodity. And because of that, they were not included in the USDS authorities under the Plant Protection Act. They are still continuing to be inspected by Fish and Wildlife inspectors. But within those inspections of mothballs, we also found a lot of other organisms on these mothballs, anything from flatworms to snails to clams to other algae. And so it has become very clear that the aquarium plant trade is a pathway for hitchhikers. So this is certainly we do want to have as a point of discussion into the future for how we can better mitigate that pathway.
Hi, Susan.
Yes.
We are out of time.
I have one more slide. Do I have time for that?
Perfect. Let's do it.
All right. Okay. Again, just focusing that this was a unanticipated national scope. So we definitely do need to get a plan of really making sure that we do have national response plans in place, not just focusing on state and local response. And also, again, mentioning that the Lacey Act does not cover interagency transports. And very quickly, the last couple of points I want to mention is one thing we are pursuing is an after action report. We really feel it's important to evaluate the response for effectiveness and timeliness of the actions taken, hoping it'll help us improve our prevention measures as well as our response preparedness. That opportunity has been posted on grants.gov and open on Thursday, will close on April 29th. If anyone's curious and applying for that funding opportunity. Also just want to mention that we are continuing with eDNA technology. We do have one staff that has already been trained in using eDNA for inspections, and we are working on the second. And just one final thing I want to mention is that right now we do not have any shipments that have been cleared of future mothball shipments. The only one that was received was inspected. It was found to be contaminated with zebra mussels, and it was seized and not allowed to be circulated for sale. We also are now finding some incidents that we have illegal shipments that are occurring through person-to-person shipments. Sometimes they're falsely identified as something broad, such as aquarium supply. So this is something the USDA and law enforcement officials are very closely watching and collaborating on. And lastly, I just want to focus that we continue to work with industry on helping to develop trade protocols to enable safe, clean trade. That's very much the goal. So to make sure that we can have mussels available to those who wish to have them, but that they don't present a risk to the environment through invasive species. So with that, I'm happy to end. Hopefully at least I have a couple of time for questions, but if not, I'm happy to answer them through chat. Here's my contact information and feel free to reach out.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. I think one question that we all want to know the answer to is if there have been any infestations or introductions of zebra mussels that can be linked to the mothballs.
Not that we can attribute to. For that, I'd probably rely on an answer from the U.S. Geological Survey, who does monitor new reports of zebra mussels through their database. However, to my knowledge, any new reports could not be tied back to an aquarium release.
Great. And then one more question I think we have time for is, can one sign up for email alerts when the website is updated?
Oh, that's an excellent point. Well, I will say currently the entire Fish and Wildlife website is being upgraded to a new platform. And with that, they are updating the mothball website. And so that is certainly a question I can ask. That's a great point. I do, however, know that the USGS database will provide updates and new introductions, but I'll have to work with them to see if we can also do an update on the website. Great thought.
Looks like we may have time for another question or two. So are mothballs not coming at all, or did you say there was only one shipment since the new system got installed?
Yes. So we can receive imports of new mothball shipments. They will go through either LAX or JFK. The shipments that we have received have been inspected and were found to contain zebra mussels, and so they were not cleared for shipment. So no, at this point, since the initial initial contamination was reported, we have not cleared any new shipments of mothballs.
Let's see. Someone wants to know if you can change the toll rolls in Virginia.
The toll roads? I would, yes. I don't know if I can comment on that, but I will say that's a frustration I feel as well.
All right. Well, thanks so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Susan. You know, as all that was happening this year, it was certainly the biggest response that I've ever been able to witness in my career so far. It's been pretty amazing to watch it all unfold over the past almost a year now. So thank you for that. Our next presentation is going to come from Alex Stubblefield from Plant Right. Alex has been the Plant Right program manager since October 2019, when she oversaw the transition of Plant Right from Sustainable Conservation to Plant California Alliance. In 2021, she successfully relaunched the Plant Right Spring Nursery Survey and will present the results to you right here today. So welcome, Alex. Nice to see you. The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Thanks, Troy. Good to see you as well. Let me go ahead and get my presentation up there. Does everything look okay?
Yep, it looks good, Alex.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. As Troy said, my name is Alex Stubblefield, and I am the program manager for Plant Right. We are based out of California, and we work statewide. So what we'll go over today is what is Plant Right. I'll tell you all about our program, how and why Plant Right works. And then as we go through, I'll kind of talk about some of the lessons learned as well. Hopefully we'll have some time for questions at the end. So this slide here, I'm sure you've all seen some version of this before, is the invasion curve. And I wanted to include this just to kind of show you where Plant Right works on the curve. We are kind of in these beginning stages. You know, we want to try to prevent things from getting out there before they're out of control. So that's where we're at on the curve, is working on the prevention side of things. So Plant Right is a program of Plant California Alliance, which is a nursery industry group in California. We represent nursery suppliers, nurseries and greenhouses, garden centers, things like that. Those are our members. And we've been managing the Plant Right program since 2019. Under this management, we have tried to maintain an approach which is collaborative, voluntary, and science-based. You don't have to know or read all of the organizations on here, but the important part that I like to emphasize on this slide is that we work with everyone from industry to nonprofit groups to government agencies to folks who work in science and academia. And we like to ensure that our approach is including the voices of all these different stakeholders and really making our approach well-rounded and well-informed. And we are lucky enough to have representatives from all these different sectors on our steering committee. I would like to recognize just how important our steering committee is to our program. This is an older picture. This is from when you know, folks were still getting together in person, but some of these experts are still on the plant list and steering committees, and they really help guide the way for Plant Right and make sure that our plant list and our surveys are based on a really strong foundation of science and information. So today I'm going to go and walk you through some of the various aspects of the Plant Right program. we are kind of known for our plant list and our survey, but there are other components as well that are maybe not as well known. And I will start with our plant list because it is the calling card of our program. When you think of plant right, it can really kind of be boiled down into this list. And so this slide shows actually our original list from, I think it's 2005 or 2006, and there were 19 plants on the original plant right list when our program got started. We started with, the California Invasive Plant Council list, and then we narrowed it down to ornamentals, and then we narrowed it down to ornamentals that are the most problematic and the most common in the nursery industry. Over time, our list has been narrowed down even further. There are currently only 7 plants on the plant right invasive plant list. And what we really wanted to do with this shorter list is to make it very actionable. Like, we want to be able to see these plants phased out of the industry. And we think it's possible. So we narrowed it down to a very select group of plants, and we focus on those plants and their suggested non-invasive alternatives. And this handout here is actually, you could get it from our website. It's available as a PDF version, plantright.org. But also, if you go on our website, each of these invasive plants that we highlight has its own plant profile page and more information on suggested alternatives, survey outcomes over the years by species, and things like that. So you probably are wondering how we determine what goes on the list and what doesn't. So we do actually have a list criteria that was developed by the steering committee and the plant list committee. So one, the plant has to be known to be invasive somewhere in California, or has been evaluated with our plant risk evaluator tool as high risk. And I'll talk more about the pre-tool later. It also has to be sold at greater than 3% of retail nurseries. Its current invasive range or potential invasive range in California is large enough to warrant action. And a lot of times we use online mapping tools, or we reference CalFlora and different other mapping tools to kind of see where the plant is actually present in California. And its inclusion is supported by our plant list committee and steering committee. So we discuss these plants, they meet all these criteria, and the committees warrant that they are indeed fit for the plant right list. Then we also have a criteria for retirement, which helps explain how we got down from that original list of 19 species to the current 7. So when a plant is found at less than 1% of retail nurseries for 3 years in a row, then it is met our criteria for retirement. The next part of the Plant Right program that I really want to dive into is our nursery survey, which we did have last year in 2021 after a pretty long hiatus as we were undergoing some management changes. Unfortunately, due to funding issues this year, we will not be having a nursery survey, which is, I hate having to report that, but just for the sake of transparency, I don't think we're having the 2022 survey this year. But I will dive into what the nursery survey entails, and I'll show you some of the results from last year. So our nursery survey, it helps us to update our plant list, keep track of what's going on in the retail market for the specific plants that we have flagged, and then it informs our overall strategy and outreach. From the 2021 nursery survey, it was our 9th year of the survey. You can see on the map here, if there's a red indicator, that means that one or more invasive plants from our survey list was discovered. If there's a green indicator, that means that no plants from our survey list were found at those stores. Last year, we totaled 190 stores visited by 85 volunteers over 38 California counties. And when we make that list of stores that we are surveying, we have a stratified sample. So in areas that are more populous and have more stores, we try to get a greater number in our sample. And then some of the less populous areas, that also tends to be where there's not only less stores, but also less volunteers. So the sample size in those kind of more remote areas is a little lighter, but that's to reflect where the majority of plants are being sold and where the majority of customers are as well. So this was our main finding from last year. We do actually, so we did take a break in 2020 for COVID, and that's because we do send real live people out to the nurseries with their plant list and clipboards and have them count plants and take pictures of plants and collect data on which ones are actually there. Our main nursery survey volunteers being the University of California Master Gardeners. I always like to give them a shout out because really the surveys that we've accomplished so far and the findings that we've achieved really wouldn't be possible without them. We have some really great volunteers and they've done some great work helping out our program in the past. Then after the survey is all done, all of the data is reported, everything is double checked, triple checked. We come out with this final product. We have a full survey report, which are all available on our website, plantright.org/survey, that you can see at the top there. We also have a shorter version, the fact sheet, which is just a double-sided page or a two-page PDF, depending on how you download it. Just showing you kind of the snapshots and highlights from the survey. And that is kind of our final finished product that we have to present at the end of each survey. So another aspect to our program is the plant risk evaluator tool. And I did mention this a little bit earlier on. It is part of our listing process, and it was a tool that was developed in 2015 by researchers from the University of Washington, UC Davis, and also some of the Plant Right Steering Committee. It's not only a research model, but it's also a plant-based or plant risk evaluator tool and database. So we've been building this database up ever since 2015, 2016. And there was a project in 2017, a Farm Bill funded project that really helped us test drive it. And we were able to get evaluators from Georgia and Texas and Illinois, all to kind of test run this and get a bunch of different plant risk evaluations uploaded. And our process has really been refined even more to what it is now. Here at the top of this slide is our rating system. So we are evaluating ornamental terrestrial plants. It's a 20 question evaluation that includes an in-depth literature review. It's been found to have a 97% accuracy rating. And the evaluation also has a climate matching component, which is really interesting and really useful to kind of see where occurrences of a particular plant overlaps with similar regions. And we also have a collaborative approach to this as well, because not only do we recommend having an expert evaluate each plant, we also have a 3-pronged reviewer system. So we like to have someone from the nursery industry, someone from conservation, and someone from science or academia review each evaluation. And this is sort of our quality control mechanism to make sure that we have very high quality evaluations coming out of this. And as far as our rating system goes, it can fall into the low, moderate, or high risk categories. And moderate, we usually say it's kind of a needs more research, needs more review kind of category. Low risk, self-explanatory, and high risk is where we really want to kind of pay more attention to it, keep a closer eye on it, and maybe consider listing those that fall into that category. We've actually been working this past year on a project, on a pre-training project funded by the Western IPM Center. It's a collaboration led by PlantRight and California Invasive Plant Council, but we've also been working with groups from Washington. I saw Justin Bush was on the call, and he's been one of our collaborators. And Oregon, Troy has also been collaborating with us on this pre-project, and also from Arizona and of course California. And so this last project, this more recent project, we've been training partners from various states on the pre-tool, and we did a total of 31 evaluations, I think, over this past year. And we actually got a grant for a second year of the project. So we're going to be continuing on this year, training even more partners. We have partners from Nevada joining us this year, and then also the Yurok tribe of the Klamath River is joining us on the second year of the pre-training. And we're going to be putting out even more evaluations. So I'm looking forward to reporting more about the outcomes of that next year. One last component that I haven't really touched on a lot yet, we do have a retail partnership program for PlantRight. And this is kind of going back to the plant list and the nursery surveys. These are partners that have promised to phase out the plants on our PlantRight list. And that's a way that we've been successful in getting some of these riskier plants out of the trade. And with this in mind, I did put another chart in here with survey results from last year, because we've actually been seeing a decline of invasive plants from the plant right list in big box stores, and that's been a huge successful point for us that I wanted to bring up. The commitments we've gotten so far from big box stores have had a large impact, and we've found that trying to get similar results at the smaller chain and independent stores has been a lot more challenging. For the same time or less that you spend talking to dozens or more of independent stores, you can partner with one big box store and maybe have an even greater impact on the supply chain. So I just wanted to point that out, because that's been a really interesting finding from the nursery surveys.
Hi, Alex, you have a 5-minute warning.
Thank you. This is, well, I guess I wasn't on the last component yet. There's also continuing education options on our website. The Plant Right website actually has a lot of great information on it where you can dive a little bit more in depth. This particular continuing education is for the nursery and landscape trade mostly. You do get a certificate if you complete our continuing education program, and there's a couple different programs, at least in California, that offer some continuing education credits for completing our program. So that is just one other aspect and one other way that we are teaching people about invasive plants and hopefully preventing their introduction and further spread. We are, of course, on all these various social media channels, so find us there. And I'll just close up with some of these lessons learned so far in having a Plant Right program. Having diverse stakeholders is crucial. Having industry buy-in is crucial, but you also need, the voices for conservation and academia in there, really to make sure everyone's kind of heard and all their voices are lining up. And then I would also say coach the do's as well as the don'ts as far as lessons learned. And what I mean by that is for every, this is going back to the plant list, for every invasive plant we list, we also list corresponding alternative non-invasive plants. And so encouraging what to do or what to plant is just as important as coaching what not to plant and what not to sell. So that is another big takeaway. And then find those who can amplify your message. So that's kind of tying into like the partnerships and the stakeholders as well. But if you have someone who's excited about your message, excited about what you're doing, those people are invaluable. And so for us, that would be our volunteers and our partner organizations that have really been our cheerleaders and helped our organization and our program to have the success that it has. If you're interested in looking into any more of our resources, plantright.org is our main website. I also threw the pre-tool URL up there, although unless you have a login, you can't really get past the landing page, but that does explain a little bit more about what it is. And I think I'll have time for some questions, but if you have any overflow or any thoughts later on this, info@plantright.org is the best way to reach me.
Awesome. What a cool program.
Thank you.
We do have some questions coming in. Dave wants to know, how many nurseries are there in California?
Yeah, that's a great question. So where we draw our nursery list from is the California Food and Ag database. So according to their database, there's about, I think, 1,500 nurseries approximately that are the kind of nurseries we're looking to survey for in the scope of our survey.
Okay. Is it typical to see an uptick in retail sales of retired plants immediately after a change in status?
No, I don't think so. And it is something we've followed up on. And as I was explaining, we do have people from the nursery trade on our steering committees as well. So, you know, if they're starting to see something become more common again, we might take a second look at that, or if there's a new cultivar introduced. One example that we looked into, so Myoporum latum was on our list, on our original invasive plant list, and then it was phased off because there was a pest issue, and so no one was selling it anymore. So it kind of solved its own problem and became less and less common in the industry. But then when there was a thrips-resistant cultivar developed, we did look into it a little bit more and put it on the survey again, because we were wondering if that was the case, if it had started to see an uptick in sales because of this pest-resistant cultivar. However, that didn't seem to be the case.
Okay. Regarding the nursery survey, is this confidential? And are they reprimanded or educated when you do find something?
That's a great question. And the nursery survey is confidential. We are in no way a regulatory agency. We leave the regulated plants up to the California Department of Food and Ag. We're focused on plants that are technically legal to sell. However, it would be better for the industry if there were less of them around.
Okay. Do you have a certification or reward program for participating nurseries that have committed to or successfully eliminated invasives from their offerings?
I would say that it's not an official certification program, but for our retail nursery partners, that slide where I had all the different logos of nurseries up, those folks have gone through a training on our website, and they do get a certificate. And if they'd like, they can advertise that they're a plant right nursery, and we list them in our nursery directory on our website.
Okay. Do you have a list of stores that are still selling invasive plants and those that passed? Are those that are not considered certified in any way?
So we have a list of stores that don't sell invasive plants. Those would be our retail nursery partners. But that means that they're not selling any plants on our plant right list. But we don't have a list available of stores that have been noted to be selling invasive plants.
Okay. And then the plants on the list, so they're not regulated, or the regulated ones are not on your list. These are just plants that you've found that are to be invasive. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. I think that is all of the questions. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Alex. I'm a big fan of that program and what you're doing down there. So thanks again for being here with us today. That brings us to the final break of the afternoon session and of the event. So we're going to take about 10 minutes grab a drink of water, fill up your coffee, use the facilities as you need, and be back here at 2:10. And we will continue on with the program with a presentation from Josh Milnes at the Washington Department of Agriculture on spotted lanternflies. See you in a few minutes. Couple more minutes left of this final break in the afternoon session and of the event. Thanks again to everybody who showed up. Big thank you to all of our presenters, to all of the people on the planning team from the CWMA and the steering committee and the other committees, education and outreach, and everybody who has contributed here. Thanks again to the sponsors who helped put this event on once again. I think this is officially the biggest one ever, and that is all thanks to all of you out there. So really appreciate it having you here and having you hang in there with us. We're going to get into some spotted lanternfly discussion here in just a moment. You'll recall recently there was some alerts about a potential sighting of spotted lanternfly in Washington. I'm pretty sure that was maybe a false alarm, pretty sure maybe. But it showed again, I think, the readiness that we've got here in the Pacific Northwest for sure, with the giant hornets, with the moss balls, the potential spotted lanternfly, a lot of engagement over the last few years. It's been really, really good to see just how rapidly, it seems like we're ready to respond to some of these challenges. So break time is, well, look, we got 30 seconds. You got 30 seconds to mix in that creamer, grab a couple more Doritos. And I'll bring on our next presenter. Josh Milnes is a pest biologist with the Washington State Department of Agriculture and was recently made director of the Spotted Lanternfly Prevention Program. He also co-leads the apple maggot statewide survey and study looking at biological control of the apple maggot complex. Please welcome Josh Milnes, Washington Department of Agriculture, Plant Protection Division. Josh, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Well, thank you for that fantastic introduction. First off, I'm hoping everyone sees my PowerPoint slides.
We see it.
All right. Well, let's get going. Time's of the essence. So again, my name is Josh Milnes. I work for Washington State Department of Agriculture in the Plant Protection Department, studying biology and the ecology of apple maggot and spotted lanternfly. And so this is one of those fascinating insects that, although we do not have here in Washington State, really want to make sure that we never see it. Although as this presentation proceeds, we are going to be saying that it's not a question of if it's coming, but when is it coming? So spotted lanternfly, this is the what an adult looks like. You can see the beautiful color oriented frames. The one with the wings that are closed is typically what you're going to be seeing out in the field. So that's why I kind of brought this photo up, is to show you what it looks like. So we're going to move on with the PowerPoint. So what is spotted lanternfly anyways? Spotted lanternfly, Leucoma delicatula, is a plant hopper in the family of Phagoridae. There's about 129 genera with about 696 species worldwide. Only 9 genera and 17 species are present in North America. Worldwide, Leucoma is represented by 7 species. Like most other plant hoppers, they use their proboscis to feed on sap. The size of the proboscis is about 1/4 of an inch long. Think of it like a long straw that they use to feed on the host plant, and this is done by a piercing sucking effect, where they feed on the carbohydrates found in the phloem sap, which is a nutrient-rich compound with many other plant products and usually lacking toxins, which is great for the bug, not so much for the grower or homeowners. So here you can see a spotted lanternfly flipped on its back. There's the beak. This insect is about 1 inch long. Again, the proboscis, as you can see here, that's been highlighted, is like that straw mouth part. There's 2 tiny hair-like stylets that they use. They're as thin as a human hair, and they get inserted into the plant tissue. And this is what the spotted lanternflies use to salivate and to probe and puncture plant tissues. Again, spotted lanternfly is a generalist feeder. It can feed on pretty much anything. They're easily adapted to their surroundings. The spotted lanternfly is native to Asia and is found all over China, Bangladesh, and Vietnam. It was introduced to Japan, South Korea, and recently in 2014 in the state of Pennsylvania in Burt County. This image here is a very cool geographical map highlighting just how far away from its natural habitat spotted lanternfly is capable of spreading. In South Korea, it quickly got out of hand and spread to all over the country in a matter of just 3 short years. They consider it an invasive species there, and it's been reported to be negatively impacting grapes and peaches. In Pennsylvania, the story has been significantly different thanks to those who are working hard to control this invasive pest. With that said, as of March 2020, 26 counties in Pennsylvania are now under quarantine for spotted lanternfly. Spotted lanternfly has been detected in 11 eastern states, including Connecticut, Delaware, Massachusetts, Maryland, New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, and recently Ohio and Indiana. So the insect is spreading. All right, so to show the spread of spotted lanternfly in Pennsylvania, this map shows a handful of counties with Burke County right in the center, where it was first detected. And you can see how it's been radiating all throughout the region. And so I just want to stress how quickly these pests are spreading. And it's been a very negatively impact on the community there. This slideshow is rather interesting because it shows the transmission and the possible establishment. Think of this more like a weather forecast. Although this isn't an actual fact, this is a prediction. So you can see in Washington State, as the years are progressing, there's more and more chance of this pest establishing in this region. Why this is of concern to us in this in the Pacific Northwest or in the West Coast in general, we can give several examples why we should be concerned. In Oregon State, there was actually 2 spotted lanternflies that were detected back in October 2020. Both of them were found dead. However, that's enough to give me the spooks. In California, there has been several close calls as well, according to the California Department of Agriculture, or Food and Agriculture. Back in 2019, they intercepted a total of 11 dead spotted lanternflies on cargo airplanes from Pennsylvania as they were inspecting the goods in airports in Sacramento, Stockton, and Ontario, California. So we've had a couple of close calls. And recently there's been some potential for some viable eggs that were intercepted at the border of California as well. So hitchhiking, and we will talk a little bit more about that down the road, but that's a real concern for our industry here. So we're going to quickly talk about the spotted lanternfly life cycle. So we'll cover the background of the insect and its biology, starting with the life cycle. So typically, spotted lanternfly eggs hatch in and around May through June. Starting in June through July, the first instars will molt, become the second instars. Molting will happen again in mid-June through mid-July to give a third instar, and then July through September, you get the fourth instars. At this fourth instar stage, when you start to see some of the destructive or distinctive coloring on their body, this red coloring that is, they also start developing wing pads. They become more pronounced. My colleagues over on the East Coast have been mentioning that this is about the same time that they start seeing a significant uptick in calls from residents reporting that they've witnessed spotted lanternfly. Starting in late July through December, adults are present and do not overwinter. So as the temperature drops to freezing levels, adults will die off. So there again, there's 1 generation per season. Egg laying occurs from October through November, prime time for spreading. And then these eggs are found in October through June of the following year, where they begin to hatch and the cycle starts all over again. So it's very difficult. And interestingly enough, my colleagues were informing me that they only have, this is one of the very few plant hoppers that only has 4 nymphal instar stages. Most of the rest actually have 5. So it's a faster time period to increase and to produce eggs. So let's move on. Spotted lanternfly adults lay their eggs on average between 30 to 50 eggs per egg mass. They can be laid on trees or smooth surfaces, so pretty much anywhere and everywhere. It's important to point out that this picture on the left shows a cluster of dark spotted lanternfly egg masses without its waxy cover. The eggs are typically laid in a line. The waxy material is actually what they cover all their egg masses with. It's a gray substance which appears to give the eggs a more protective and oftentimes a more defensive sheath, so to speak. You'll see that the eggs are covered completely in there, and it can be rather cryptic. So my boss, actually, Sven, is actually pointing in the photo to your right. He's pointing at an egg mass with that spongy material covering the eggs. So again, difficult to see. Nymphs are very active crawlers. Every day they crawl up and down plants that they feed on. Adults begin to appear in late summers again. They feed primarily on tree of heaven, and they mate and lay eggs on these substrates. In South Korea, females lay eggs twice before dying. In the US, it looks like just one generation is made, but there is potential for 2 generations. I was just at the spotted lanternfly summit, and they're still kind of saying, look, we're still learning about the biology of this insect. So it's a continuation or an ongoing process. The females are capable of laying up to 150 eggs in her lifetime. So there is basically a potential for 2 generations per season, which would be detrimental to our industry. As you can see from these photos, spotted lanternfly will lay just about any substrate. This is one indicator as to how incredibly mobile these insects are, even as nymphs when they can't fly. And so this ability to lay their eggs on any surface includes stone or man-made objects, which is one of the things which makes spotted lanternfly such an incredibly excellent hitchhiker. All stages of the life cycle are able to hitchhike. So rewinding the clocks a little bit, the first spotted lanternfly detections made in Pennsylvania, it took spotted lanternflies to hitchhike its way all the way from Asia to Pennsylvania. We believe it was actually in shipments of landscaping rocks, either on a pallet or on the rocks themselves. And that's how they were established over on the East Coast. Because of the relative ease of hitchhiking, both me and of course my boss, Sven Eric Spanger, are looking into, I should also mention, he was actually there at ground zero in Burke County in Pennsylvania when spotted lanternfly was first detected in the States. We have been studying possible routes of entry into Washington State. Railroads as a possible method into Washington State is one of the most concerning ones. And if you look at this photo right here, the tree of heaven, which is I kind of earlier mentioned, it's actually all around this particular rail car. And they particularly like a rough kind of rusty looking colors to lay their eggs on. So again, here's an excellent way for this pest to integrate into our community. So this is obviously very concerning to us, and obviously we want to do everything we can to prevent this pest. All right, so I'm going to show here a cool little animation. Hopefully it works. Last time I did this, I sent spotted lanternfly off into the Pacific Ocean. So we're going to see if it lands in Washington State. Oh, there you go. So this is actually, again, one of the more concerning issues here is that the route of entry can be multiple sites. And so this is obviously something that my program is concerned about, is how can we prevent spotted lanternfly from integrating into our industry before it becomes a crisis. This slide shows the possible sites of transmission as well. This is, again, like the previous slide that we had shown, shows the suitability of spotted lanternfly adapting to our state. The red colors are indicating areas of high suitability for spotted lanternfly. So obviously, if you look at the Yakima, Benton, Franklin, and Walla Walla counties, those are very high density, especially crops like grapes, apples, pears, peaches, cherries. Really don't want to have this pest down here. Good news to say is we don't have it, but time will tell. So we have to start establishing proactive measures to preserve this industry and to protect our community. So here I want to show one of the first ever photo or videos of spotted lanternfly landing on apples on the East Coast. And I want to show you that this could become possibly a reality over here. Good news is we don't really know a whole lot about whether or not spotted lanternfly will go after apple. I know there's research that's being done at PSU, but the concern still stands, especially when our apple industry here in the Washington State has a value of over $3 billion. Obviously, we want to preserve this. So here, hopefully everyone can see this. If not, I tried. So look at that. So we have a congregation of spotted lanternflies. Interestingly enough, they're not on the fruit, but they are going after the trunks, and that's where they like to feed, is the actual planty tissues. So this is, and you can see there's one crawling on the camera here, kind of gross, but this is something I really don't want to test out here in Washington State, or actually in the Pacific Northwest. All right, so again, the grand total economic value of the West Coast commodities is over $10 billion. And so we have a huge reason, good argument, excellent argument, to say we need to start ramping up our defenses against this pest. As we have already seen in examples, they are sneaking into California, they are sneaking into Oregon. I don't want to see them sneaking into Washington State. Yes, they were dead when they were detected, but we don't know if the next round they will be alive. And so I don't want to test this. Again, Dr. Wake and my colleagues, Dr. Yui and their associates have all done some really good work on modeling, potential modelings for this pest if it was to integrate into our industry. So again, we really want to be more aggressive. This is why it's actually concerning to Washington State, is because in addition to the damage, grapes is also poses a risk, or spotted lanternfly poses a risk to the orchards and nursery industry as well. So as we are starting to see here, the grape industry on the East Coast was hit very hard. Some growers were losing up to about 50%, even sometimes even to 100% of their vineyards. That's horrible. I don't want to test that here. One of the impacts of the pest in Pennsylvania has spotted lanternfly populations have been detected in managed grapes, as I said earlier, which is significant for this pest. The waste is called, that they produce, their fecal matter, or what we call in the scientific community, frass, is called honeydew. Honeydew is the common name, and is actually a very sugary substance that they feed from the actual woody tissues of their host, and they excrete it. The honeydew lands on the grapes, grape leaves, and as you can see here clearly in these photos, the leaf is actually covered with honeydew, and because of all the sugar in it, eventually it promotes black molds. This leads to a mold problem throughout the vineyards. Sadly, you can only apply chemistry so late in the season, as the adults are feeding later in the year. This is where it poses a major risk to the growing community, especially when we're talking about grapes. So in Washington State, back in 2018, Sven, my boss, had started a program to survey for spotted lanternfly. So all of these little grapes symbols correlate to a grape vineyard. So we've been sampling ever since then to see whether or not we can detect them. Fortunately, we have not detected them yet, and we're going to continue again this year. We got some funding from the federal agencies to continue on with our surveys. In addition to that, we got some funding also from the forestry, as well as from, and I have to give a shout out to Governor Inslee. We got some funding also to from the state as well to deal with this pest through outreach as well as tree removal. And we're going to talk about the that particular strategy in just a minute. So the next slide is here, and this is the target. So again, spotted lanternfly, as I said earlier, it's a generalist feeder, or what we call it polyphagous feeder. It has over 172 different plant species that they prefer, but strongly prefer tree of heaven. So that's going to be one of the difficult things about this pest, is that if you threw up spotted lanternfly in any type of habitat, they are capable of adapting. But somewhere along their life cycle, they do need tree of heaven to allow them to be reproductively successful. So tree of heaven, Atlantis altissima, it's a noxious weed. Let's move on to this next slide. It's of course found in 52 out of the 50 states, including East and West Coast. It's a noxious, and here in Washington State, it's a noxious weed. Recently was placed as a Class C noxious weed. So obviously this is a really out of control weed that we really do need to address now, especially because we don't have spotted lanternfly. This is going to be a great way to integrate spotted lanternfly into vineyards, hops, into, like you saw in that video, maybe even apples. So again, a lot of research still needs to be conducted on this. I know the East Coast, especially in their updates since the other day, have been doing some amazing work on how to deal and control with tree of heaven. But in Washington State, that's going to be a focus of what we're going to be doing with our funding. is to remove tree of heaven at key sites. So just to recognize what a tree of heaven looks like, they basically have about 10 to 40 leaflets per stem. Tree has a very strong odor. I liken it to fermenting peanut butter. So it's pretty nasty smelling. If you break off a stem, you can see a leaf scar, and it looks kind of like a little heart. So tree of heaven, or what I mutter under my breath, the tree of hell, is a fairly easy tree to stick out. You'll find it in unkept areas. Ironically, it can actually release enzymes to suppress local vegetation, so it can actually outcompete. It can survive in poor soils. So this is really a real beast to deal with. You can see these spotted lanternflies on this photo on the left. They're actually puncturing holes into the side, and you'll see bleeding of sap on those wounds. So that's actually a good way. If you see bleeding on tree of heaven, keep an eye on that tree. That's something I'm going to start, we're going to start working on, is, developing protocols and how to deal with this pest. Even if we're just casually looking, look for wounds on these trees. If you see that, maybe keep monitoring. We need that. So again, they go after those the sap. They're feeding off of it. Here you can see where we've spread, this map shows the distribution of tree of heaven. My colleague Justin Bush has really been pushing for an update on this map. So we will be updating that in the next couple of months. He actually, with the Washington State Invasive Species Council, has done an amazing job in surveying all over the state. Now, if I remember correctly, I think he was mentioning there's like now over 8 new counties that have tree of heaven detected in them. So that's not surprising. If anything, it's just telling the truth. That's all we want to do, is just tell the truth. But I can tell you, all the way from Okanagan down to Klickitat, I've been surveying up there for apple maggot, and I got to say, oh my gosh, we've got a lot of problems up there. It's just inundated with tree of heaven all throughout the Okanagan River down to the Columbia River. So yeah, we got a real beast to deal with. So
Hey, Josh.
Yo.
5-minute warning.
Okay, we should be done fairly soon. Non-target effects. We're going to be looking at sumac, black walnut. These are some lookalikes that be careful, you might get confused with. For black walnut, they actually have, when you break off a branch, it has kind of a planty smell, so it's more of a harsh or rough bark. When you see the leaf scar, typically it has kind of this mouth and eye form right here. So again, that's a good indicator, especially in the wintertime, if you want to start sampling around. For sumac, again, this one actually fooled me for many years. Actually, I thought this was tree of heaven. But also, here's a nice little hint. It has a very distinctive seed head. It also produces no odor, or it has a planty odor. The leaf scar is a circle within the heart, okay? So remember how I said with tree of heaven, it's just a heart? Well, in the sumac, they actually have a little circle inside. So this is actually a good indicator that you have a sumac. So basically what we're trying to do right now with our tree of heaven control, like I said, they can spread out a lot. The roots are the main issue here. So here you can see in this animation, the suckers that are growing out, and they can grow out 50 feet away from the area. So one of the natural processes is for removing this tree is to kill it. Most people would just say, hey, just chop the tree down. Well, that's not going to work, because what's going to happen is you're going to have all these suckers. So if you cut the tree down, the next year you're going to have a grove of trees. So remember, this is an invasive species. It knows how to survive. You've got to kill the roots. So most of the tree of heaven remove or killed with herbicides. It's very important to note that female trees are a key target for removal, because female trees produce seeds, which can lead to more saplings coming up the next year, like I just said. Unfortunately, tree of heaven is an invasive species. You need to cut, if you're going to cut it down, you need to be careful. You want to remove your tree of heaven through promoting, to inhibit regrowth on the stump and sprouts. So it is critical to control the tree of heaven root system. Most of the effective control method right now is to apply a systemic herbicide at the optimum time of the year when the tree is moving its sugar down to its roots. So right now, a foliar spray basal bark or a hack and squirt method is the most current recommended form for tree of heaven control. All right, so optimal times to treat the tree or apply the herbicide, that is mid to late summer through July through September. You'll have to use an herbicide like glyphosate or triclopyr based products, which triclopyr is the better choice. And again, this can be done by an injection or a hack and squirt method. Note, if you guys would like to know a little bit more about those methods, contact me by my email. I'll have it at the end of this talk. So just so you know, always make sure to read your labels. Don't forget to read the labels before you apply such applications to a tree. So always be careful. Make sure that when you apply your herbicides, monitor the tree for about a year. You want to make sure by the following year you don't see any regrowth. If you see regrowth, then you treat again and then wait for it to die. Once the root system is dead, then you can remove the tree. Otherwise, you're going to have a real problem with having more and more suckers coming up. Now, I can say with confidence over on the East Coast, the people who have been very religious with this have actually had the most success. So following these steps right here will get us to the right way of dealing with tree of heaven, and also spotted lanternfly. So reduction of tree of heaven will help slow down the pests, so we can start developing an eradication program. And that's really what we're at right now, is let's deal with the pest before it becomes a problem. And we are at an opportune moment where we're actually, the crisis has yet to occur. So let's start developing IPM. But that one of the first methods right now is getting to know the pest. So here's some great information for you. The Pest Management Handbook has some great information on spotted lanternfly. Also, the Washington Invasive Species Council has a great website where you can download an app to help us find and monitor tree of heaven. I recommend everyone who's in this area to do so, because this is the only way we're really going to win against this pest, if we're all working together. So I want to just say thank you so much for having me. Here's my email. I highlighted it in a yellow highlight. A good website to go to is the www.stopspottedlanternfly.org website. That will have the up-to-date and most recent information. I highly recommend going there, is what I meant to say. Again, here's my email. Let me know if you have questions. And if that's, I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Well, that's all I've got for you, folks. Any questions? I will stop sharing. And how are we doing for time?
Yeah, good, Josh. Thank you. We do have some time for questions.
Oh, good.
The first one is, what might the potential impact of spotted lanternfly on local ecosystems or native plant species in our state?
That's a very good question. Like I said, they're a generalist. So the impact could be more and more for this particular pest. It would be more for spreading it around. Negatively, it would be allowing for out competition of other native insects. So that's one of the concerns that we have. Again, they're looking at on the East Coast potential natural enemies to adapt to this pest. And there's actually some interesting results with some native assassin bugs. So right now, we don't really honestly know how it's going to negatively impact the local habitat. But what we do know is that they will go after maples. They will go after many other host plants. In other words, it will be more, if we find them established either on the west side of the Cascade Mountain Range or on the east side, God forbid, but it's more likely it will just help the distribution of this pest into our agricultural commodities and, of course, into urban communities. Some of the photos you'll see, of course, there, thousands in your backyard. I don't think I want that. I don't think most people either.
Yeah, that short little video you showed was quite scary.
Yes.
So you recommended glyphosate and triclopyr, but not imazapyr. Is that because of flashback in a neighboring desirable species?
Yes. So the other two tend to be more effective. At least that's what I've been told, dealing with this particular pest. But then again, I do know that they're studying that particular herbicide right now over on the East Coast. So I will have to find out. I really don't know the answer to that quite yet.
Okay. Where in Oregon were the dead lanternfly specimens found?
Aha. So let me go back to my notes. Let's see here. Those were found. So they were found in Benton County. There was actually a shipment that was a shipment of cargo boxes apparently that was sent over there. And then Marin County, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. That was also, those were shipments that were sent from Pennsylvania, and they were, I think, pots. So again, the individuals, there was plants, or plant pots. So the individuals were found dead on these shipments. But again, I can't stress enough the concern that has the fact that they're able to get into these products and then sneak over to our side of the country.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be some natural enemies that prevent the establishment of the lanternfly in the Pacific Northwest?
Oh, yes. So there is some fascinating talks that were occurring in the couple of summit meetings. Actually, the summit started on the 1st, and it just ended today. So again, I was updating my PowerPoint slides kind of last minute at this point. So yes, there are a couple of really cool parasitoids that my colleagues, Dr. Kim Homer, have been studying. So there's actually a wasp in the genus Diranus that is a very cool insect. They actually have, for their forelegs, raptorial claws. So it's kind of like a praying mantis, but this is a small little parasitic wasp. So think about that for a second, a real alien type creature. So what they'll do is they'll nab the nymphs of these particular plant hoppers, and then they'll actually parasitize them. And then what happens is there's basically this sac-like structure that is forming on their side. It's called a thiaculum. And that's actually where the little wasp parasite is living inside of. It's of course feeding on the hemolymph of this nymph, and it will suck it dry. And once it kills its host, it will actually pupate in the soil close to spotted lanternfly populations, and then to start the whole process over in the following year. So that's really kind of cool. There's also some other natural enemies that they've seen adapting to this pest as well. Like I said, predators have been adapting, like assassin bugs. They're seeing that assassin bugs are starting to adapt by laying their eggs along next to spotted lanternfly eggs. I think that's so cool to see such a shift in behavior. And so the assassin bug nymphs actually emerged earlier. And what they'll do is you'll just see them crawling on top of the eggs of this spotted lanternfly and start feeding on the eggs. So so basically you have egg abortion occurring at that point, which is very interesting. Praying mantises, spiders, there's some predatory stink bugs that are adapting too. But I mean, you got to understand with the sheer numbers that we're talking about of spotted lanternfly, although its natural enemies are going to play a long-term solution to this pest, it's not the end-all solution right now, at least right now, until they find something better over in China. And so I'm holding my breath for that. But I did love seeing or learning about Diranus this year. I mean, that was just absolutely fascinating. There's also another wasp in the genus Anastatus that is promising for biological control of spotted lanternfly. Interestingly enough, those wasps also, that genus of wasp attacks brown marmorated stink bug here. And so I actually did some research when I was a grad student on Anastatus attacking the stink bug. So, I mean, I'm kind of curious to see if we'll see a cross shift over there, or host shift, and if they're going to adapt to spotted lanternfly as well. So, yes, there are a lot of options out there, but again, it's still too early to say anything. And you got to understand, it's going to take years before we can get through APHIS to release these wasps due to non-target effect issues. If they're going after our native insects, well, it would be basically us introducing a new pest, and that would look bad, real bad on our record. So, any more questions?
Yeah, no, that's great. There are more questions, but unfortunately we're out of time. Some really cool information, Josh. Thanks so much for being here. And there are going to be some questions that haven't been answered. If you can go into the Q&A box and maybe answer those, that'd be great.
Yeah, I'll tackle those. Again, my email is right here. I hope you guys can. Oh wait, I don't know if you can see my email anymore. Well, anyways, it's at jmills@agr.wa.gov. So just send me an email and I'll do my best to answer your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Josh. We are getting close to the end. You can tell by the time, or you can tell by how my hair has gotten progressively worse throughout the day. So it's just barely hanging on. You know, when I was a kid, we had some locusts in our backyard, and I used to call it sugar leaves. And I used to go out there when I'd get this shiny film on it and lick them because it was so sweet. And I just learned that I was eating bug turds that whole time. For years, I did it. So many of them. I want to introduce our next speaker, someone who I always look forward to talking to and getting the chance to work with. Theresa Thom is from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Fish and Aquatic Conservation. She is the Regional Aquatic Invasive Species Coordinator and currently focuses on aquatic invasive species related activities throughout the Pacific region, including Washington, Oregon, Idaho, parts of Montana, Hawaii, and other Pacific islands. The title is Scanning the Horizon for New Invasive Species. Theresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that. Maybe a little too much information about your childhood, but thank you. So I am so happy to have the chance to speak to you all today about some of the work that we have been doing on horizon scanning. And so I'm here today on behalf of a whole team within the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service that's been focused on regional horizon scanning. And what even do I mean with horizon scanning? So it's really just a way to systematically look at threats of potential species that could impact, in our case, we're focused on the Pacific Northwest, but impact a region in the future. And so looking at, you know, what could be brought here in different pathways, so pathways of introduction. Then if they are introduced to an area, could they survive, reproduce, or establish in the region? And then would they pose any type of risk or harm, whether to the ecosystem, the economy, human health, or all of those, as they became, their populations were established and increased. So those are some of the questions done in a risk assessment. And we've already heard a little bit of this from Alex earlier, looking at different plants and the risk of invasion and how to list things. And probably many of you are already engaged in those types of worst invaders, or looking at watch lists, or even listing noxious weeds. And so that's kind of the process of this. But for the horizon scanning, we're trying to look at species that they're not even on our radar at the moment. And so trying to really get at that early part of prevention. So before things are becoming introduced or being established, so that we have a chance of really doing something as far as early detection, rapid response, even preventing them from coming into our area and causing long-term impacts or costly management. And again, this isn't just the role of one agency or group, or, you know, this is a huge issue, as we heard earlier today from Dr. Susan Pasko and others, that, you know, there's international components, there's domestic sources of spread, you know, the online, our online commerce has really opened the world to moving things around. And so this just emphasizes how important it is to work together on this, of especially being aware of what's coming to us and how to report things, how to move forward quickly with management for invasive species. This horizon scanning work that I'm going to present for our region is just one piece of a lot of horizon scanning work that's going on. So there are these regional horizon scanning efforts that are focused more on a geographic scope that the Fish and Wildlife Service is conducting, but USGS has also been looking at, on a national level, organisms and trade. So that pathway of introduction for both freshwater and terrestrial vertebrates. And the University of Florida has also looked statewide in Florida at all taxa that could possibly look at aquatic and terrestrial vertebrates and plants. And then there's been additional work through the National Academy of Sciences looking in the Gulf Coast, except for Florida, on also adding marine vertebrates. So there's a whole body of work that's going on within North America, looking at introductions of what could be coming here as far as invasive species. And just to give you a little bit more detail on these regional scans, right now we've been working with the Pacific Northwest, also the Southeast, Alaska, and the Great Lakes have been doing horizon scanning work for a long time. And again, this is a kind of a continual process, especially through the lens of climate change and as new pathways of introduction become open. So our main objective for our work here in the Pacific Northwest was to look at different taxa groups that would be arriving and establishing populations, but our focus was really the unintentional movement and focus more on transportation pathways. And we didn't do this alone. We worked together with a broad group of partners. Probably some of you on this call were involved with this work and trying to understand we were just going to be embarking on this adventure together, so that this was really the first pass. So we worked with our group, kind of our working group, to come up with first of all, the scope. So we did choose, this region of the Pacific Northwest, not just the Columbia Basin, but, kind of a little broader area. And then focused our interest just on aquatic plants. So while we acknowledge that there's all kinds of taxa that we could look at, we wanted to focus on non-native aquatic plants. And both, we were focused more on submerged aquatics, not so much emergent, because then additionally, we were focused on the pathway of introduction as recreational boats. Just because for this initial focus, that was the goal. We have the opportunity to do additional pathways of introduction for the region. But again, so the taxonomic scope was really focused on aquatic plants and recreational boating. So very lucky to be able to look at data from our recreational boat inspection stations in the region. So we're lucky there's a very coordinated effort on boat inspection and decontamination. And so we're able to use that information to look at the top 15 sources of recreational boating, recreational boats coming into this region. So we were able to prioritize potential source populations. So this helps us target different regions where invasive plants that are there could come into our area. And then we also conducted climate matching analysis. So this is looking at what, again, answering those questions from the pathways of introduction coming into the area on recreational boats, what might actually become established from those donor regions based on climate matching. And this was current conditions, but also some future projections. And again, just kind of tying in this process that we're using, we did assemble this advisory group. We decided to limit our pathway of introduction to recreational boating and focus on aquatic plants. And then we were looking at our species list generation, where do we even start? So identifying those donor regions based on our watercraft inspection data, looking at the climate similarity, and then looking at species occurrence databases and making sure that we had verified taxa names. And then we get into the risk screening. So trying to prioritize our species lists and then assess the risk posed by these species. So this is kind of our process, and we're trying to streamline this process so that we have a more standard way to do this. So we're comparable across all the regions that we're conducting this work. All right, so here's our results. So we did get, we had 179 taxonomically valid aquatic plants that we were looking at. And, you know, this is using global and national species occurrence data sets as the best that we could find. And so then from that group, we had 125 species that were not yet present in the Pacific Northwest. 7 of those had already been assessed for their risk of invasion, but we had 118 that had not really been considered at all. So those were the ones that we needed to find out more information. So we had, of those 118, 27 species had some known history of introduction, and 14 were known to have a trade history. So they're plants that are in the aquarium trade, or so there's other pathways for invasion besides just from unintentional movement. And some of those species did have risk screening information. And then we had these species that had no apparent trade history. So there's a little bit unknown, kind of a mystery. But then we did have 6 of those species that were present on at least 4 different continents. So there's potentially a greater risk there, even though there's no history of introduction or trade history, they are moving around. And then we added 1 species that, because of other concerns in other regions, we've added that as a species of interest. So kind of summarizing all of that, we did pull together a list of the top 5 high-risk aquatic plants that pose a high risk to becoming introduced or causing harm in our region. And so this list of 5, and we have these, I've got a link here at the bottom of the slide. And unfortunately, our web pages are all being transitioned right now. So a lot of our links no longer work, but if you do Google, it's ERSS, it's the Ecological Risk Screening Summaries. These are screening summaries of all of these high risk species and not just plants. There's over 1,000 species that have been screened for invasion risk of fishes and amphibians and mollusks and crustaceans. So anyway, that's a fantastic resource. So we've been able to add a couple new plants as part of that. So what do these species look like? So starry stonewort is one. And so this was really, I wanted to share these results with all of you. I'm assuming that many of you are out in the field, and I'm trying to get this information in your hands so that if you do see these things in the field, you're aware of them and you can report this. Also, I have some other resources too. So just to try to help you be aware of some of these potentially high risk invasive species. So starry stonewort, it is established right now in the Great Lakes area. So Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Minnesota, New York, not so much in Ohio, a little bit, but then yeah, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and Wisconsin. The concern for starry stonewort is that it's forming these really thick, dense mats, like you can see in this photo, but it's really on the benthos. So it's covering the bottom of lakes and kind of slower moving areas. And a really easy way to identify it, has these little star-shaped bulbils. They're kind of a thick, like star, looks like a little star. And one of the problems with this starry stonewort is just how thick these these mats are, and it really does prevent any other aquatic plants from growing. There's some really interesting papers on this species that it's thought that most of the plants that are actually have been introduced into the United States are male, they're dioecious, and so the plants they've found are male, so they're not confident that there's any kind of seeds being dispersed, but they are spread through fragmentation. So, and you can just see how they do form these dense mats and clumps. Another one is Indian swampweed. It's native to Southeast Asia. It is established in Mexico and the southeastern United States, and it has a low tolerance for freezing temperatures. And so that's a concern with climate changing, that if we have warmer winters, that this species could become more broadly distributed. It has both annual or perennial life cycle, depending on where it's at. And again, it's forming these dense mats, negatively impacting hydrology and any kind of infrastructure, as well as our native plant communities. And then water spangles. So this is, it does have a very strong climate match to the interior regions of the Pacific Northwest. It is established in some areas in the US, including Southern California, so it's a little closer to our region. And it can form, again, these thick floating mats, and it reproduces vegetatively. And again, like a lot of these aquatic plants, they can outcompete native plants, as well as clog waterways. So it might be, I guess, a trick or a tool, a way to identify it is that it does have really rough hairs on the leaf surface, even though it's a small aquatic plant. That's one way to be able to more definitively identify it.
Hi, Theresa, 5-minute warning.
Okay, thank you. And then the azolas are a little harder to identify in the field. And so this is one that I'm hoping to work more on how to best develop some field characteristics. We have some native azola. So this is our native azola is in the Pacific Northwest. It's folliculoides, sorry. And so anyway, trying to be careful of an invasive versus a native plant. So the next steps for this, really trying to get out some fact sheets, working with all of our partners on whether or not we can do noxious weed designations, developing some training resources, and even some detection tools or ways to report these species. So to be coming soon. I also want to highlight some online reporting tools that we have. So we want to remind all of you that we do have a fantastic aquatic nuisance species database that USGS maintains. And also EdMaps. I'm sure many of you already report all of your data to both of those sites, and that's fantastic. Also, our state invasive species councils are really great resources for helping report. And just to give you a little more info on the USGS on their webpage, this is from the Nuisance Aquatic Species Database. You can do spatial queries on that site prior to even going to your field sites. You can see, well, what has been detected at my site. So when I go there, I know what to look out for if I see it, or, you know, if I do find something, I can see where I was sampling to see if it's even been reported from that location. And again, here's my public service announcement to all of us that do any kind of field work, is making sure that we are also being responsible biologists and making sure that we're not part of the problem of spreading around invasive species unintentionally. And I have several different links here, some different resources for watercraft decontamination. There's some videos and manuals. A lot of this is focused on preventing the introduction of zebra and quagga mussels, but some of it is relevant information to just be preventative of spreading other invasive species around. There's some good information from the USDA Forest Service on preventing invasives through fire operations. And the California Invasive Plant Council also has some fantastic best management practices on their website as far as cleaning gear and other ways to prevent unintentional introduction of both terrestrial and aquatic invasives. Also a plug, again, our invasive species councils, there's some fantastic lists and priority species information, photos, how to ID some of these taxa, or what you should be on the lookout for as you're outside with your cell phones, taking pictures and reporting things. And again, please contact me if you have any questions or you'd like more information, or if you would like to help me get the message out about some of these different species that we want to be on the lookout for. I would very much welcome your help. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Theresa. That was awesome. A lot of great resources, and Courtney also shared a resource list in the chat box for you all. We do have some questions. Michelle wants to know, do you proactively submit listing nominations to state weed boards?
Oh, so this is great. No, this is all new to us about our horizon scanning. So we can, that would be great to do proactive. So this is what we're trying to do with this horizon scanning, is get the word out, come up with these lists, and then trying to be as proactive as we can. We know, especially for a lot of our state partners, the legislative cycles take a long time to be able to petition noxious weeds. So however we can, you know, be more in tune and get those things out, the better. So help me do that. Send me an email.
Great. You heard her, folks. Another question. I have a question on climate matching approach to find potential donation region. What about scale issue? I'm thinking of using the state might be too big, as the environmental conditions are quite diverse in Washington, like the west side versus the east side.
Yeah, so for our climate matching, we use the, they call it our ramp tool. And in fact, like that, I actually pulled that out of our reporting just to make sure that I could say it correctly. But so the ramp tool, let's see, it's micro. So there were, I think there were 16. There's 16 bioclimatic variables that were included, and it was definitely at a very small scale. But there's different climate modeling, and whomever sent that note, I'd be very happy to follow up with you on that. We really did struggle with some of the climate matching, and especially for aquatic invasives, the stream temperature information is harder to come by than just the air temperature climate matching. So that's a whole nother added layer of complexity.
Okay, one more question. How does climate change influence where on the horizon you concentrate your efforts at detection? Are you considering invasives from warmer climates?
Yes. So some of the things we have discussed about invasion in relation to climate change are, the loss of snowpack and just more time of potential seeds to become established or even having growing time. So that's some of the things we're discussing, just overall temperature, changes, and yeah, so pathways of introduction, how much time is available, and And then, yes, so depending on the pathway, we're looking at different donor regions, but we are not excluding things from like Florida or the Southeast because, you know, it may become invasive to us. We're really just focused on it on a species by species perspective. So we're not excluding anything initially because there would be no way, if that makes sense.
Sure does. Someone said the link in your slide for risk screening results in the Pacific Northwest does not work. And if maybe you could put that in the chat instead.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. We're in the middle of transitioning all of our websites to a Drupal platform. And so all of our links have changed. And so the best thing I can tell you is to just keep ecological risk screening summary, or ERSS. If you can, you know, keep that in your notes, and probably the easiest thing is going to be able to Google it or get in touch with me later. So yeah, that's an unfortunate timing.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, looks like those are all the questions we have. Thank you so much, Theresa.
Thank you.
Thank you, Theresa. That was great, and such a timely subject. You know, I know a lot of the CWMAs across Oregon and Washington have been talking about climate change and how it's going to factor in, and so many of these climatic boundaries that we depend on for, you know, the ranges of a given species, both, you know, kind of horizontally across the landscape, but also, you know, that vertical space, you know, with temperatures and, like you say, snow caps and things like that. So super interesting stuff. Thank you for the work you're doing there. Looking forward to much more coming out of that camp. So thank you so much. And we have arrived at the end, you all. I want you to take this moment, if you're here for recertification credits, or if that's at least part of the reason you're here, whether it be from Oregon or Washington, now is the time to go into the chat box, enter your name as it appears on your card, as well as the license number that you hold. Remember, this event, in order to get credits, you had to be present all day. So we will download these chats and pull everybody's info out of there, look for any errors, follow up with anybody that we need to, and get those forwarded on. You know, while you do that, I just want to recognize what a showing of the power of a CWMA, this event here. So many people getting together, hearing about what's going on, people connecting from British Columbia all the way to New York and from a lot of places in between. And so if you are not a current member of your local CWMA, whether you're within the Gorge geographic area or not, highly encourage you to get involved with your local CWMA. They are an invaluable resource, and as you participate, you know, the value continues to increase. 11 years strong now for the Invasive Species and Exotic Pest Workshop. Fantastic job by all of our speakers. Fantastic job by the planning team at the CWMA. Thank you all so much for your hard work putting this together. And thanks again to the speakers for taking the time to share with us today. So I'm going to keep this open, let folks finish typing stuff in the chat. And once things simmer down in there, we will close out the session. So thank you so much.